Hello, listeners. Hi, my name is Madhavi, and I'm so happy to have you on UppTalk. You have come to the right place if you want to learn about IT and do really cool things with your hands. We are not just another IT company when I say UppTalk. Think of us as your learning partner dedicated to helping you reach your full potential. We have top notch hands on courses to help you build your business, whether you're new to technology or want to move up in your current job. Let's look around this as our first step towards learning.
The name, just give the name. Or if you want, you can give higher. But if you need tenant VP, call on higher. Many higher BPs will be there. So better to get them initials so that to have better search results. So this opens my VP higher. This is the one that we have created. We have seen the condition rules creation as well as to do steps. And then we have also gone through the consolidated approvals and the step conditions. So can anyone just pretty guide me how if, for example, for this one, change personal information should only occur when the employer belongs to country USA. So can anyone guide me how to insert that condition? I'm in my VP now. I want to insert a condition on change personal information. This you can go to your left hand side corner. There is same in 3 later action. Just you can ask you to guide. You just tell them go to the related actions of the particular step change personal information. These 3 dots are don't use these 3 dots working. Who is that? And first you open the report and Kita, the report you said we should always open. Yes, that is when we were configuring these steps. If you want, you can open it. Whenever you need it, you can just refer that particular report. As of now, just assume that we have opened the report. Already, the report is open. So now, if I want to insert the condition, I have to go to the related action. Don't use this word 3 dots. The moment you use these 3 dots word, they will understand you're not a good Workday consultant. So it's a related actions. Go to the related actions to this step in which you want to add the conditions. Now I am into that related action now, where business resources process in that set as condition. Create condition only. Yep, so I always prefer to go by. Either you can go back, create condition rule, then again you have to go back and then go to the main. A step condition. I will not just maintain a step condition. Don't no need to change the effect or time zone. Let it be the system default only now. Yes, draw. Here the road you have to mention. We have to go only for US container. We are now you have to click the drop down and create. Yes, now click on. Now I will give the description country. Also now what's going to be my source or location. External feed. See, you want to know. You won't know it. So the fee as means if the, for example, the country is there. So just search the relevant feed, just enter country and search for the relevant feed as I know that location. Because look country is also a part of location, so I will go with the location fee. So location country. So for your information, also I'm just telling you if anything related to city state or any kind of address related thing. If you think that it is address related thing, that is country, state, city or anything. So you have to just enter location as the search word. Now what I'm going to do is location country. Was their location address country? I'm going to select this. If it is city, if it is asking for city, then you have to select this part. I will select location, address, city over what the related action. Just cross check whether it is related. It has a business object or not. Suppose if business object is empty, someone might have created and it is wrongly created. So just make sure by going over the related actions. Now I want to have in the selection list. Any in the selection list would be there all, and then was it not under frequently used what? For. Sorry, is it like doing not always use the frequently used? Where is frequency? No, no under the relational operator. Yes, it is. I don't think someone has deleted it or something has happened. It should be any in the selection list or in the selection list should be there. So something wrong is there. It did that training tenant. I will just make sure that this should be corrected. So this is how we create the rules. So any in the selection list or in the selection list should be there for the relation operator. So once you create, your condition will appear like a hyperlink here. That means these are the conditions that you have created, customized it, and the one that are worked on. That is not at all removable, nor we can edit them. It will be automatically defaulted by the system Workday whenever you save your business process. We are seeing that I haven't entered these Workday owned conditions. So now coming to our next topic, that is going to be the advanced routing. First, let me explain it in within the system and then you can. Then we will go through the definition part. So this is here. I'm going to create advanced. So now what will happen is, for example, let me take this step. Who has initiated this proposed compensation hire? Can you even tell me who has proposed this compensation hire? The person who's reading. Oh, this person here in your hire business process, this person proposed compensation hire is initiated by manager. He has initiated the proposed compensation higher than if the system will find that the person, this is triggering proposed compensation higher is triggering a sub process. It will check for the rule base because your business process is organization, is specific business process and guitar. So it will search for higher for proposed compensation, higher because work. The system knows that proposed compensation higher tasks trigger a sub process. And from where work, they knows that for from the business process configuration option report. So what we know is that proposed compensation higher task will initiate a sub process. So since this high business process is your organization is specific, so it will search for proposed compensation higher for Ankita business process. It got that particular. It find that particular business process that proposed compensation high for Ankita. Now, since manager has initiated, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this for manager. I'm going to assign this for manager. So now manager has initiated this proposed compensation hire. Now its approval is also coming to the manager. Does it looks to you good to you? See manager, he initiated the proposed compensation and again he has only proposed a compensation and it has come to him only for approval. Does it look good to you? The person who has earned the compensation. Now it is going for the means. I suppose I have given some salary to or a compensation to you. For example, to Teres, I have given some salary. I have mentioned some salary. When I'm hiring that I decide my organization. Now again, when I have submitted that particular task, it is again coming to my approval only. Does it look good? The person who has given the compensation or salary, it is coming to the same person. Does it look good? The head of the manager, I tell you, because the person who initially cannot be an accruer. So here comes the concept of advanced routing. What I have to do is, you will find this advanced routing always in the approval step because that's where we want to divert the process to someone else. Now, what is advanced routing? Advanced routing means we are routing the approval to someone else. I will show you how. Go to the related action of your approval step where you want to insert the advanced routing or where you want to insert the routing. The name is advanced routing, but the word you can understand is routing. Routing means you're routing the approval to someone else. So I will go to the related action of my particular approval step where I want to insert the routing. Go to related actions. Go to the business process. Everything, anything, conditions, completion, or any kind of routing. Any kind of step, delay anything you want to enter in your step. You have to go to the related action, then business process. Go to the maintain advanced routing. Click on it. No need to change the effective date, anything related to the business process until unless you are doing any changes related to the future dated effect. And I'm telling you until unless client is specified. This is the future date change I want. Now this is the screen of maintain advanced routing. You can see that this pop up will come. This screen will come to you. Now what it will do is exclude. Initiator is the first tab. What it will do is, what does this mean is exclude initiator, the approval. In the approval step where we are inserting this step, this exclude initiator will only come in picture for that particular step only here. What we are doing is we are inserting this routing step in our approval of compensation. So which initiator we are going to exclude here? If I'm going to click this checkbox, which initiator will be excluded? Can anyone tell me? The manager? No, don't specify the security book. That is that we have taken in an hour, but your understanding is correct. What will be the position? The compensation. Yes, the post compensation, the initiator. Correct. Who has initiated the because in which step I am including this routing step is I am including this routing step under my proposed compensation approval step. So it has to exclude the initiator of the compensation who has proposed the compensation. So who has proposed the compensation based on our business processes? Manager. That means if it is going to exclude the initiator, then if, for example, again in my business process, it is manager only. So now, which I have, what I'm going to do, where I'm going to route here, alternate routing is the step here. You can see it. So where I'm going to route this is alternate security book. I'm going to route it to the HR partner. means if the initiator is the approval, the person who is initiated that particular step is the approval, then I'm going to route it to the HR partner. Now with the alternate security book H, our partner can be of two types related to the transaction. What do you mean by related to the transaction? Relative to the transaction means the person you are hiring. That means the person. For example, I'm going to hire a new person. I'm going to hire a terrorist in my organization. So now what it will do is it will exclude the manager and it will go to the H, our partner of terrorists. The person who I'm hiring because I selected a relative to the transaction, the who is related to the transition because I'm hiring there assigned to my organization. So it will go to the H, our partner of terrorists. If I'm selecting this particular group related to the excluded user, that means now whom I am excluded. I have excluded manager. Exclude initiator. Who is my initiator? Manager is my initiator of the proposed compensation hire. You only told me that manager is an initiator of the proposed compensation hire. So now, if I have selected the second option related to the excluded user, that means it will go to the HR partner of the manager. Here I have selected. There are two options related to the transaction, related to the excluded user. The transaction, the person who I'm hiring terraces, so it will go to the H. Are part of the terraces here. Related to the excluded user, that means the who I have excluded is manager, so it will go to the manager or, HR partner of the manager. So here I'm going to select as related to the excluded user. That means it will go to the manager of the XX or HR partner of the manager. Similarly, you can select any alternate security group. If you want here compensation partner, it would go to the compensation partner of the excluded user. It will go to the HR admin of the excluded user. Any group you can select. Even you can create a security group as well. We will see in our security classes. Post business process will be starting with the security classes. So as of now, just select any of the select security group that is available an HR partner and then related to the excluded user I'm going to select now. Could you please repeat this one, this radio button? Yes, so exclude initiator. I've selected the first step. That means it will ensure that it will exclude the initiator of the process with whom we are in the approval process, the under which we are going to insert this routing. So here we have inserted this routing in the compensation. So it is going to exclude the initiator of the proposed composition as who is the proper. So we have to do it. Should route we have excluded initiator, but after when you have excluded initiator, with whom it will go. So it is the option alternate routing. Alternative security group Jira partners. For example, as selected the security group as HR partner. If I'm going to select the related to the transaction, that means it will go to the HR partner of the person that I'm hiring. That means related to the transaction means for which the transaction is being carried out. I'm carrying the transition for a new hire who is my new hire. I'm going to hire terraces in my organization, so it will go to the HR partner of the terraces. Now related to the excluded user. Now which user I have excluded? I excluded the manager. So now if I selected this radio button related to the excluded user, it will go to the HR partner of my manager. Who is manager? Whoever is the HR partner of a manager. It will go to the HR partner, that particular HR partner. You get it. Now here is the second option, exclude prior approvals. If I'm selecting this, that means it won't go to any of the prior approval steps. Whosoever has approved it. For example, change organization assignments is done by HR admin. And then some security group, for example, I can say that some HR executive has initiated the hire. Just I'm telling you as an example. So now, if I selected this option, exclude prior approval, that means whosoever has taken action. In my business process earlier, it won't go. If that person is going to be the approval of my particular step, it won't go to that particular approval. Exclude prior approvals means whosoever has approved or whosoever has taken action on my steps earlier, it won't go to them. Now exclude even subject itself. Understood, exclude even subject. If I'm selecting this, that means it should not go to the approval for the person who is on which action is being taken on. That means it should not go to Teresa. Of this, if that person is going to be the managed, for example, sometimes it happens. Why this particular topic is here? This usually exclude even subject usually comes under whenever we are making the termination BP. Why it happens is, for example, it can happen like HR partner can be Terra site itself. If I'm going to terminate Teresa, he or she can be HR partner. But of this, it should not go to the person who is the subject. The approval should not go to that particular person who is the subject of the particular business object, whether we are carrying out hire, whether we are carrying out termination or change job. It should not go to that particular subject. So this particular checkbox is selected to ensure that it should not go to that particular subject. So this is how our screen of advanced routing looks like. So advanced routing works. So any questions or any concerns regarding the advanced routing? I have also did the activity document with the advanced routing topic. I'm getting the exposure to the manager. I understood like the manager would be going on to take into consideration. Exclude prior approval. So what could be our options in alternative security groups? Any given example? Anything you can have it. Means alternate security group is the group to which you want to route your approval. So it can be anyone, whether it's not a group you want to execute. The extra prior approval process, the approach which are there in the business process will be excluded. And then you can include a third party. Yes, third party. No, not say that. Another group. Another group in the alternate security groups can be up 2 or 3 groups in the alternate security group. It's only one. No, it's only one. Why you want to add 2 to 3 security group writing? I really should go for one approver only. As practice to add only one group. Yes, I really should go to one only. Otherwise, what will happen is if you add 2 groups also, what will happen is if suppose HR partner approves it or HR executive, either one of them approved it. We go from the inbox of the other as well because already the action has been taken on that particular step. So that's the best practice. Yes, I'm thinking about an interview question where can you just to be added, you can add it to your partner. That's what even you can try it in your system as well, whether you can add 2 steps or not, or 2 groups or not, you can just cross check it. In whatsoever condition, if you're adding 2 security groups or 3, either one of them approved it, it will get disappear from the rest of the 2. Was the action has already been taken on C. Once you have configured your additional security group, your advanced routing will come under the staff additional information tab restriction initiator approval subject. What serve? We will select it. it will come under our additional information tab. So this, when you see your business process on our 7 to 8 steps, like from A to F or G, when you see the additional business process, then you would say that that's advanced routing step. How do you identify? I'll get the from your experience. It would be mentioned by your client requirement itself. But yes, if you want to identify it, usually it will happen only in the approval steps. I have seen it in the approval steps. Otherwise, specifically, they can mention it. Usually, what approval steps? Why it is in approval step is because the person who has initiated it should not go to the approval of that particular step. That's what routing come into picture. But yes, if client want, they can specifically mention here like change person information. If, for example, they can say that change person information step should be routed to a chart partner. If a chart admin has initiated it, so they can just, if they want, they can do it for other steps as well. But usually if as a Workday consultant, you can insert it under the approval steps. How many classic example for a change person information would be if he or she gets married, then they get their surname to be changed. Then go to the chart partner. So that would be a, I think, example. Yes. No, that's not going to be an example of routing. Routing means you're routing your approvals. That is, you are talking about surname. What's which in that is something. Change person information. Step will be triggered. And conditions you are going to enter. But routing means you're routing the approval to someone different, some different security, or takeoff. Some different security which is not process. Routing, for example, it will come. I want to change. For example, if HR admin is going to be the security group, then it should exclude HR admin and it should go to HR partner of that particular step. Usually it comes to the approval step. So now coming to the step delay things, step delay, who have a next topic for the business process. For example, send onboarding checklist document to employees. Seen employable needs some time to do this particular process. They want to scan some documents or some holidays. They want to just fetch some kind of documents from their employer as well. An employer will take some time to send those documents or so this particular step, but obviously know that it needs some time to be given to the employee. So what we will do is we will go to the related action and we will insert the step delay. For example, I want to delay this step for 2 days. I will go to the related action. Go to the business process. Here maintain. A step delay is there. Maintain step delay. I'm going to again click on OK only to change the affected bit. I am going to enter the step delay in my process. Prior step. Completion date means this step will be inserted. This step will be delayed by whenever prior step completion date. For example, the date for this completion is 9th of January. So I want to insert one day before 9th of January. So that means it will have 10th January means before the step is completed, it will insert a day, 1 day to my step completion. Step delay. So my step will be delayed for 1 day. That means for this 1 day, 2 days, 1 day my step won't be visible in this. Who has initiated this to do? I think HR administrator was the responsible person. So that from the inbox of that HR administration, this particular action will be removed. It won't be visible. It will come after 1 day. Then only he or she can submit that particular step. For example, if I am inserted for 1 day, it will get delayed. It will get removed for 1 day. If I have inserted 2 days, it will get delayed for 2 days. It will be removed entirely from the inbox. It won't be visible to the HR admin, the group who has to take the action. Now here is a process initiation date. For example, if there is anything, process initiation date, if I am selected the process initiation date, that means before that particular step has been triggered, that to do has been triggered, or delay will be inserted. The delay will be of 2 days only, but it will be inserted 2 days only. It won't be visible at all in the HR admin group. What is the difference between these two steps? Prior step completion date means the moment HR admin, for example, today on 8th of January, that particular step to do has been triggered. The HR executive has completed the change personal information step and it has gone to the HR admin for that to do. It will be visible in the HR admin step or inbox. That to do is pending for this particular employee. Now what will happen is this particular step needs to be completed. It will be generated by 9th of January, tomorrow. What will happen? It's still 8th of January. It will be there in the HR admin inbox. But the moment it is 9th of January, it will get disappear from the HR admin inbox. And after 2 days it will appear. Because prior step completion date, my step completion date is 9th of January. The next day, the step needs to be completed. And the date, the 9th January date will change. It will get disappear and it will again appear after 2 days because here I have maintained the step delay prior step completion date, calculated days, 2 days. After 2 days it will occur. Now the question is, you mean examples of the virus, the completion that I mean on what I'm giving to the one that I understand point from HR manager standpoint, like what could be delay. The first, the action will be see the to do. Action needs to be taken care. There is an action pending in the step in the HR admin inbox to do or to do spending. So I have inserted prior step completion date. My step completion date is and I've selected this particular item. So what it will do is it will remove that particular action from the HR admin inbox and again it will appear after 2 days because I have maintained the step delay for 2 days and that too with prior step completion date. Now coming to this particular topic, process initiation date. Now process initiation date means 8th of January, it should come to my HR admin inbox. Because HR admin needs to take action on to do, but here I have inserted step delay on process initiation date for 2 days. What it will do is it won't come on 8th January, it won't come to HR admin inbox itself. It will directly come on 10th of January because I have inserted 2 days of delay at process initiation date itself. So it won't come at all in my HR admin inbox. It will directly come on 10th of January because I have inserted the delay at the process initiation date itself. Ideally it's January, but I've inserted the step delay, so it will come on 10th of January. I'm going to just one question. Can I have the L ground scenario to be used? This process of, yes, very much background verification. You know that background verification or collecting of the onboarding document, it takes some time to expose. It takes some time and all the stuff, the BGC process, and as well as the collection of document from the candidate. But when we see from the HR standpoint of the manager, standpoint of view, it will not give the clarity whether it is pending with the associate or whether it is pending with the HR admin for a career. That is a surprise. By step delay is usually inserted in the standard to do step only. Usually step delays occur in the to do that needs longer time to execute and they know that. They know the system when they are communicated the work, the process. There is. Whenever you are doing an implementation, there is a user training, proper user training. Is there a client training? You can say that. So we are going to train them whenever you are going to hire or terminate or something. There is a proper user training. 1 month training will be there. No. I totally agree with you. Proper user. My question intention is that key why we create this step delay, because the reason is that key. Suppose an associate completes all the BGC process that is complete in a day time. Honestly, we have to wait for another 1 day, like in this case, like 2 days of maintaining step process or calculating the step delay. Yes, you have to wait. We have to wait because it has been already completed by step order and it is pending with the HR admin cannot view it because there it is an issue that key. It has to be a 1 day delay. Yes, that's the process. With the process, we have to wait. Exactly, we join her. If there is any quick join her or anything like that, a quick hire where we want to onboard the associate immediately, in that case, this will create means on ground. This cannot be done. See, maybe that's not a mandatory step. Person is already there in the system to do always occur after your about the account is created. That means member is available. That's why step delay is being introduced whenever it needs to, because unnecessarily it will be there in their chat partner inbox. Somehow they will get looking into that message. If we have to unread email, so they will again go back and ask a question to the consultant why this is hanging out in my inbox. What is the action that I need to be taken on this one? So it's better to get it removed, and this is as per the client. Thank you. We will sit with the client on the design document stage and we will just design all these steps. What all steps you want? What all? Do you want any kind of delay in your to-do that you have told us to introduce? Usually in this onboarding checklist and background verification will be there for the hire. And they will want to be there after your member is hired in the system. In the processing initiation, we are for the past step completion day where we are adding the additional delay. What is I mean? We are added 2 days and let's say that the background check is taking more than 2 days, like 4 or 5 days. So what's the buy in from the customer? The customer says yes, it's taking more than 5 days. Can we change that step? No, then it will lie. Then it will lie in your inbox, and a chat partner should know that that is a delay from the customer. You remember whenever you get, if you are going to switch your company, whenever you switch to any company, you will get background verification email. For example, I'm just taking an example. You will get a background with that. This needs to be completed within 5 days. Otherwise, this will get a lapse. So that's the concept why they have mentioned that 7 days or 5 days is step delay. That means they want this much time for that particular step to be actioned on. And that's not a mandatory step as well. Always remember, if you are introducing step delay 5 to 7 days, well, you cannot go ahead and change the business process. If you're changing the business process, that will be inserted. That will be applicable to all. You can say that. So this can be a round of question for your interview as well. So, for example, you have only asked the question. Someone has asked the question like, we don't want you have some urgent hire. So your answer should be straightforward. Step delay will be introduced at step. That is not at all mandatory. that occurs after our Workday account has been, you cannot say that mandatory. We haven't marked it as optional. You can say that member is already hired in the system. We can take rest all the steps after the hiring formalities of the employees being completed. That particular security group will take action of that particular step. So let's take a scenario where I have joined a company, and then it's about 3 months, and then I created around 3 business processes for fire termination, and the third step would be a could be a if then else condition where he has to do some trainings, and after 3 months the HR manager or my client partner says we need to change the business process step, especially this step, because I see a lot has been going on and we should have some delays in the steps and we should include some processes. So, what's your take on? Would you create a new business process or would you edit the earlier business process which was there? I did it because that particular supervisor organization, if I can insert a condition, if I can, and if I will definitely go ahead and insert the step delay here in my step itself. So this narrow that I'm talking about is only for the new wires after 3 months. So would you edit the previous business process or would you? I will give the future date and insert the step delay because the moment you're entering any condition or anything, you have that effective date. Not a step delay for 3 months. I will give the data the effective date as after 3 months. That will only be taken into picture when the business process will be triggered after 3 months. But in between this timeline, if it is triggered, it will only take the present definition, effective date definition. So the effective date is, I got the definition of the effective date. Thanks. Yep, no problem. So this is our step delay advanced routing. And now I have hired the person. So I know that as a Workday consultant, I know that yes, business process I will get the hire my employee under. I will enter my supervisory organization, member staff. So as a Workday consultant, we know that whenever we have successfully hired a person, it will get displayed on the member staff of my supervisory organization. That means my hiring is completed. Now, how should anyone in this security group, for example, this manager, HR administrator, so I want to inform someone in this group as well. Someone should be informed that this particular hire has been, you will use to get an email manager, used to get an email that on Kita has been hired in Global Modern Services. So some email needs to be automatically triggered. So that means some notification needs to be configured for my business process. So that entirely depends upon your requirement. Now what I want is I want to inform my manager whenever my hire has been completed. Or partners, you can say that. And there is a proper email thing is there. That email format is there. It should trigger that particular email format for everyone. Now they are not going to write that particular email each and every time whenever they are hiring. And you can come again with the question, please. So what will happen is they are not going to write who is going to write an email to each and every one. Means if I'm going to inform a chart partner that this particular employee has been hired, so that means every time I'm hiding, I provide the email. No, there should be some automatic notifications that needs to be sent to that particular security group. So how I'm going to configure that notifications? Go to your business process, open your business process, hire for Ankitam. For example, I'm going to configure notification for my hire business process Ankitam Corporation. I will go to related actions, go to the business process. Again, any action that you need to perform on your business process, directly go to the business process tab. Add notification. I'm repeating again, open your business process to which you want to add the notification. Now I want to convey a chart partner that Ashita has been hired in Global Modern Services effective this date. And it should automatically trigger from the system the moment Ashita has been hired. Now I will go to the related action of my business process for which I want to configure the notification. Business process, add notification. Click on that. That means I'm going to add the notification. No need to change that effective date. That means effective from this date, notifications will be sent. What I have told that whenever this particular hiring has been completed, it should trigger the notification. I will click on Trigger on Status. I will mention completed. Now, what are the group I have mentioned? Rapport. Our partner. Now, email option default. That means it will go to the HR partner. Now, this is the subject or body. You can see that message content is the subject and body. Subject, you want to the subject that email should carry. You are going to mention here on the left side of the message content and body. You are going to mention on the side of the message content. Add the subject here. Now I want to add the subject as Ankita has been, or sorry, hiring has been completed for Ankita, or Ankita has been hired into the GMS, and I just want to mention this. Now Ankita, from where the name will come. It should come automatically, means it should get defaulted every time. So I am going to mention, if you want to mention, some text. That means no field needs to be fetched from within, from the system. You are going to mention it on the text. If you are going to mention external fields, that means it will fetch value from the external field. So I want to fetch value from the external field. That means worker. I will select the field as worker. Sira 5 to 6 worker there. I will just select the first one because it's a files my issue of my requirement. Business object is worker only, so I will select the worker. Now that means first Ankita will be there. If I have inserted first worker Ankita, it will check for the worker visa worker that has been hired. Ankita has been hired. Now Ankita, I will insert a text has been hired. Successfully. Successfully in tune. So external field, I have mentioned worker. It will fetch the worker that has been hired successfully into the supervisory. I want in tune. Now what I want is, I want to fetch supervisory field also. Excellent. I am a Killin. I have been inside the field for that particular field because I am not sure worker will be hired into different supervisory organization. I am not going to hard code it. It's kind of hard coding, so I am going to insert supervisory organization. Yes, correct, business object. So here see. Now here comes the concept C, supervisory organization. Here three types of supervisory organization is their business object, staffing event supervisory organization. Business object is position, and job. All staffing models. Supervisory organization is worker. What I want to for fetch? I want to fetch the supervisory organization of the worker. I am clear to you. Here comes the concept of business. Object, I want to fetch the supervisory organization of the worker. So that's why I'm going to select this third one, supervisory organization. Now what my subject line will be? My subject line will be worker, the worker whom I hired. I'm going to hide on Kita, and Kita has been hired successfully into, and my supervisor of nation is on Kita Corporation. So on Kita has been a successful into on Kita Corporation. This is going to be my subject. This is how we configure the message content of our email. Here again and again, we are not going to enter the name or the supervisory organization blah blah directly. It will be fetched from the fields. Now what I'm going to mention in the body, similarly, you can also configure the body. I'm going to insert hello, colon, and then I'm going to enter. Always before selecting the field, otherwise correct value won't be displayed. I'm again telling you always before selecting any of the fields, whether it's going to be a condition or eligibility rules or your notification or anything wherever you are working or a calculated fees, you always check for the business object. Correct. Business object will only fetch you the correct output. Otherwise, you will say that why my worker name is not getting displayed correctly. So I want a proper subject, and you can now, you know that how to configure the notifications. So hello, Ankita has been hired into the organization, effective date. Now I want a high date to reflect over the email in the email. So I'll be again, insert has been hired into the organization, effective date. Still processing, it will take some time. Effective date, which field ideally I should select. And they started in the study. No worker. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Effective data does. So now again, make it as a habit. Select business subject to worker. That means hard date of the worker. So I'm going to select the first. So now my subject will look like hello on. Kita has been hired into the organization. Effective data win 900. Whatsoever hired, we are going to give it will fetch from the worker data on you. This is going to be the subject. This is going to be the body of the email. And the moment I will click on. And to whom it will get trigger. It will get triggered to HR partner on the completion of the hire. This is how notification looks like worker has been hired. This is the subject. This is the body. I will click on. If you want, you can have a preview. See, subject will be worker has been hired successfully into supervisory notification. Message will be hello, worker has been hired into the organization, effective data hired. Hired, it will be pulled up. Now there, I will see my notification. I will see my notification under the C. This is the business process step which you see under your business process. This is the notification step. Here's. So now these are the system notifications that are automatically configured within the system that is configured by the Workday. You can only disable them, or you can only disable them, but you cannot delete them or edit them. Now, this is a custom notification that I have updated. Maintain custom notification that I have just now made it. So under the notification tab, you can see everything. All your system notification that is automatically defaulted by your Workday, and under that you will have custom notification if you have configured any. So this is how our business process works. Can you show me the custom notification? So this is the what's the name that we have configured does just now. Who are the recipients? A chat partner and then trigger on status completed. And this is the subject and body, and then and get a water is at home at how to prove. Oh, and there is another thing like on and how to prove. The ground status on entry on exit, and the other option is on the adopted group. So you can, if you want to enter, if you want to insert the notification. On entry of the thing means on entry of that particular step. For example, there would be step. This is preview. For example, I want to enter the custom or I want to send the notification on entry of the consolidated approval step to the manager. Different notification. I want to set. I will disable this particular notification, the system generated notification. Why I will disable this? First, because again it will have, manager will have to notification it, he or she will get confused. So I will send a notification on entry of this particular step, consolidated approval step, and on exit of the step will be there. On exit of the notification, also we can send the notification, for example, whenever I will exit this consolidated approval step, or notification should be sent to the HR partner. So likewise, that exit and entry will work, not getting that particular step too. Edit the notification. Under the stepwise notification can be created. Yes, this is I have created when the hire has been completed. So what on entry on exit will come on? Entry means if I'm entering there once you select that particular step. Let me create a notification itself. I can show you there. This is just thinking. When you create this one, multi-access has been enabled for that worker. That time and notification should go to this. So is it somewhere we can put it in the system that cure? We have to go to that respective notification and then create the means respect step and then create the why to complicate the process this much. Why to complicate the process? See on trigger. Status means whether the hire has been cancelled, completed or corrected. Now the on entry here. If I select this on entry tab here, I will see all my steps that have configured for my business process. That means the moment I entry on this change or assignments to whom I want to, if I want to trigger any notification to any security group. It's similar. Only enter that group if you want and then you can enter any means. For example, I want to give message to HR admin that change organization assignment is going to happen for this worker. So the moment it enter on this step, a notification should be sent to the HR admin. I will enter the group here and simultaneously I will configure the subject and body of the email. I thought that came 3 minutes entry of the entire hire. No, I was under that. No, you can enter it as that moment also on entry in see a hire before the moment you enter. On the first step also, you can send a notification if you want on exit. For example, I exit the step. Service the account. The moment that count has been created itself, I want to send the notification that it hire has been completed. I don't want to wait because sometimes it can happen like 7 days delay. Will be there for that. onboarding documents checklist. I want to send notification immediately after this create Workday account has been done. Did you want to inform the chat partner that this particular employer has been hired? So this particular topics on entry on exit comes regarding the related instances. What is that for related instance here? Check it because I haven't used it till now. If I'm get up, let's take a scenario where we have a problem with the business process. I mean someone has configured the business process for the hire. And then you see the business process, you go to edit and then see the steps and oh, you're getting another. So would you work directly on the production system, or first of all, do you replicate those steps? Always the sandbox environment. Always remember the sandbox environment that would be there to replicate your system too. That would be as replica of your production environment. But always remember there can be like things where your business process got went to error, and someone will be there who hasn't approved it for that particular time, and somehow it is lagging behind. He cannot see in his or an inbox what you are going to do. In that case, there is also always managing business process is there. I will go through that particular topic, whether you have to cancel it, resend it, or send it back. There are some options are there. We will go through that particular topic. If your business process, whenever you are hiring, for example, you are hiring and directly go into error, or it is not finding its next approval, or the approval who should have that particular approval step. He is not getting that particular action in his inbox. So always there is an option to cancel resend. We will go through that particular topic. Don't I will be. What's the what? What is the, if you want to do any kind of analysis, definitely you are not going to do it in the production environment. It's not at all advisable. See, and always there is an environment. For example, in a CPU, it have heard. A pre-production environment is there if you have gone SAP ERP system. So here in Workday, there is a sandbox system. Is there? Sandbox is refreshed on every Saturday, Sunday on wiki. Exactly, except if your production environment. If not, you can replicate your scenario in the non-protection environment always. And then check what is the error that is going on by that's related to the process, or someone has intercepted between the process and some other approvals have taken place. That's always there. I'm going to be there are the business steps that you see at 3, 4, 5, 6, and so how many steps have you seen from your experience? I have seen around 14 to 15 steps in one. Ideally, what was the best? You can see the point of client requirement. It depends upon your client requirement. It's not ideally, you cannot say that ideally, but yes, always remember, have your organization specific plus your rule-based business process. These two should be there. These are the ideal ones. More and more rule-based business process is there for you. Rule-based means the rules that you are creating. We're restricted by the rules. Then if you're restricting your business process steps by rules, for example, country USA, that means you have skipped someone extra line that. For if this country is there, then you have to follow this step, or you have skipped one more. Business process creation for you are same. So I need to have this particular business process. So always remember, so organization specific and rule-based business process is the ideal one to go ahead with it. Now, our last topic of today is, for example, this is the initiation step. What if you want to initiate? Once the hire data is been initiated by the manager, If you want to have some conditions on your initiation step, you cannot directly, don't create the conditions there. Always remember, for the initiation step, there can be validation messages, validation conditions. You are going to validate something. For example, the same steps I'm going to maintain. Go to the related action of your initiation step. Click on now. Here you can see that condition is there. I will add on it. See severity, critical or warning. If I'm going to insert a rule, country USA, I'm just going to select it. That means my client has told me, for example, I have configured this that the country should be USA for the employee location address countries USA. I've inserted this particular rule. My client has told me the hire in my organization should only happen for the USA country, for the country USA only. No other country hiring is permitted in my organization or in my system. So now you are in this condition. Under this condition, you want to restrict, you want to say to them, you want to tell the system that if the country of the employee that you are hiring is USA, then only it should. Go ahead with it, otherwise it should throw a critical error. Critical means you are not allowing the system to go ahead with the hiring. Warning means you are only going to give the warning. So here, what I will do is I will insert a condition that the country should not equals to USA if it is. So in that case, I'm going to select warning. Warning will always allow you to continue with your action. Just a yellow color triangle will appear and it will give a sort of warning that you are hiring a person outside USA, country not equals to USA. Critical means it will stop your hiring. It won't allow them to hire that particular employee. So see here the moment I have selected the maintenance step conditions for my initiation step. I have gone this validation conditions. If all conditions are false, then the step will exit and the process will continue, and if it is true, then it won't continue. So I'm going to click on. That means if the country is USA, it will give us an error, and if the country is USA, it will give me warning. Click on. I'm going to select it as if the country is USA, give them warning and allow them to carry the action. Where you will see your validation, see here, it hasn't come up under the if normal maintained conditions with the step condition that we have maintained comes up under the country USA. But when we have inserted the validation, it has come under the validation tab of your business process. See here. That means whenever the country is USA, it will give you a warning. Now what warning it will give? I have simply mentioned that it should give the warning, but I haven't configured any message for my validation. What message it will pop up? Go out to the related actions, condition rules, validation, and then go to the configure validation message. Again, I'm repeating, if you have given the warning, like if the country is USA, then the system should give a warning. What warning message should be displayed there? What message it should have it? Go to the related action of your validation message. Go to the validation, then configure validation message. Here, what is the text I want to enter? Content. Same, you can insert the external field or what country is country of the worker is US. It will give this warning. Since it is a warning, it will allow to carry out the message hiring. If I have selected it as critical, then apart from USA, it won't allow the hiring to be done. Today, we are going to discuss the business process template. Before that, just quickly have a recap of the topics that we have discussed yesterday. Business process step configuration. I have already told you how to configure the step condition rules. Steps can be configured in view mode to add condition rules. Advanced routing we have discussed. Step delays notifications and define completion steps also. We have done it. Most of these configuration can be accessed using the related actions on the steps in the business process definition. So where you are going to configure anything that is related to the steps is going to be on the related actions of the steps only, not on the related action of your business process. Related actions on the steps. Now there are various step conditions. We have seen that validation conditions, entry conditions, while running condition, and exit conditions. We have already entered all the condition types. Now we have also seen the validations in Workday. Warning and error warning will give you an alert and it will allow you to save the changes or it can allow you to move forward. But error, it won't allow you to go ahead until and unless you satisfy that particular validation. Where we configure the validations in Workday. Can anyone tell me? I have shown you yesterday in the step validation. In the step validation, I can't tell you. In the rules, maintain validation steps. Where, on which step, we configure the validations. And validations are configured on the initiation step. And conditions are configured on rest of the steps. Only validations will be configured on the initiation step. That means the first step of any business process, initiation step, that is already being defaulted whenever you are creating any business process. You cannot delete or edit the initiation step. So validations need to be configured or validations are configured only at the initiation step. Even I have provided the activity document also for the validation configuration of the validation rules, validation conditions. So just go through that activity document also. So validation condition would check a transaction for a set of predefined conditions. And if the conditions are true, the validation rule will be triggered and it gives the user a warning or error. If it is false, the process will be executed and it moves to the next step of the transaction. It's the same whenever you configure the validation condition. If it is true, it will give you a warning or an error. And if it is false, it will automatically. That means it has satisfied the condition and you will move to the next step of the transaction. That means the second step. I have shown how the validations are configured and how we are configuring the validation messages as well. Yesterday we have done it. And if you have any doubt how to create it, go through the activity document. I think 8 activity document number 7 or 8 is the validation one. 8 mil. So here comes how we configured the validation message. Directly scroll to the of your business process. You will see a tab as validation. Validation rule will be there. Go to the related action office and configure the validation message. Now advanced routine. We have already discussed this particular topic as well yesterday how and when we are going to configure the advanced routing. You can define routing restrictions and alternate routings for certain business process steps. Routing restrictions enable you to configure business process steps so that selected individuals are excluded from the workflow routing based on the selections. There comes the concept of advanced routing. So they can see if you know the concept, how to have a question, they will ask you. I don't want the manager who has initiated the proposed compensation hire to approve it. What concept you are going to apply in the business process? So your answer should be advanced routing. And if they are going to ask if it is advanced routing, the exclamation mark on the workflow diagram should show us it's advanced routing. That's in the workflow diagram. Exclamation marks will be there. Mark will be there for the advanced routing. But how you are going to configure that, we have to tell them. We will just go to the step condition. We will configure the advanced routing and likewise. So these are all the various tabs that we have already discussed yesterday while configuring the advanced routing. Alternate security group related to the transaction related to the excluded user. This is the definition. If you guys want, you can note it down. Alternate security groups. You can define an alternate security group for routing in the event that the original group assigned has been excluded. For example, if the HR partner has been excluded, we can reroute the approval to the manager. Note you can only select the security groups that have access to perform the same steps. Related to the transaction, use this option to use the subject of the transaction as a reference when routing the transaction. For example, on hire process, if the alternate security group is the manager, the system will look for the manager of the employee being hired. That's what we have discussed yesterday. Who is the subject? That's the employee for whom the transaction is being carried out. We have discussed all these tabs in detail yesterday. Related to the excluded user, use this option to use the excluded user as a reference when routing the transaction. For example, on a hire process, if the excluded user is the HR partner and the alternate is the manager, the system will look for the manager of the HR partner, not the manager of the employee being hired. So I hope that advanced routing is clear to all because we have discussed it in delayed. This is the step delay that we have discussed yesterday itself. See, here it is written, during the specified delay, the remaining steps are removed from the inbox of any responsible approver. The step will return to the inbox upon completion of the specified delay condition. So it will be removed from the inbox automatically based on the delay. On which tab you have selected, whether it is prior step completion date or process initiation date. Now this is business process time configuration. See something that we are not having access in our training. Tenant is edit, tenant setup. Note down this task somewhere. Wherever you are noting it down, your notes and O. So note it down, edit tenant setup, -HCM. We don't have access to all these particular tasks. If you want to set anything, see here, because since this is a training tenant, so we don't have in training tenant, our access is restricted. So I will show you the task name. The moment I will click on it, it will go. So I'm just for a reference, I'm just showing you the task and reports. See edit tenant setup HCM. This is the task where if you click on it, you will get all the settings for all the topics, all the tabs that are related. If you make any changes, it will be affected on whole tenant. For example, if I have access for this particular task, I will open it. If I configure the time zone here as PST, that means whenever I'm opening anything, I'm doing any changes, my time zone will be PSTT. Remember, we are using whenever we are configuring the business process on our supervisory organization. We used to get that effective date and time. So our time zone is PST. From where that PST is getting defaulted from. Here we are configuring some. There are a few settings that we are configuring on our whole tenant setup. So edit tenants attach CM. If you want to set anything based on the notification, whole tenant want to set up it. So it is here done. Down here. Anything related to the notifications. So any settings that is reflected all over the tenant. There is a task edit tenant setup and various suffixes will be there. For example, HCM notifications, worklets, global payroll, anything related to payroll. I think we do have access for payroll settings. See, this is how that screen look like. I'm just opening it for your eye. So since I have access for this particular task, edit tenant setup payroll, not for HCM. So I'm just showing it to you for your reference. For example, payroll. Now in this tenant, payroll is enabled for these 4 countries. Canada, France, United Kingdom and USA. You can run payroll only for these 4 countries. Why? Because your tenant, your whole training tenant, is only enabled for these 4 countries. If anything related to payroll input that needs to be done over the tenant, it would be done here. Pay retro anything. Anything related to tax that is effective over whole tenant, that would be same over the whole tenant in spite of the access. So it will be done here. Similarly, we have the task, our task edit tenant setup HCM task, in that we will have all the settings like time zone or anything related to positions. Whenever position is created, whether the position ID needs to be created with zeros or 8 digits or something like that. So settings will be done here. Those kind of settings. So just remember this task because we don't have access. Even I don't have access. The moment I click on it, it was not getting opened. I see it will go the moment I click on it, it will go from my page. So for as of now, just noted down this task. So the default time zone for Workday tenant is specific. See, this is the tab that will occur in your Edit Tenant Setup Task Time Zone configuration. You are going to default the here. The default time zone will be mentioned in the Edit Tenant Setup HCM task. So yesterday you said that we can put like 1 day or 2 day, whatever we want. So can we do any specific date? For example, it is January 9th and I want this notification to be sent on January 12th. Is there any way that I can put any specific date? No, the steps are already defined. It will be given 1 day or 2 day. The moment it will be corrected. It will go to the we are not authorized to get the date. It will only get delayed by the days, number of days. And the moment it come to the inbox, because we don't know earlier step manager is when manager is going to use it will be lying in his or her inbox. The moment he approves it, it will come to your inbox and then by that date, for example, the manager has approved on 10th if we have given the 9th date here. Anything date-wise cannot be defaulted because all the has won't be done at a single date. The step delays will be given on the number of days. If we are giving date, then how come? The highest, for example, if I will give 9th of January as the date, are you going to carry all the highs before 9th of January? No, you can do that even on the end of January or February, March, April, anything. And this day's calendar is not like working days or not like that. It's business days, business dates, or calendar days. That I haven't checked. It is the delay spot. I think it's going to be business days only because the managers will take action on the business days. The date and the days that are mentioned here will be business days on the business working days. Because normally, if I can get anything on Friday and if I want this notification to be sent to the recipient on Monday, how many days should I put? Because in between in Canada, USA, this Saturday, Sunday is off. So should I include this as a 2 days or no? If you have completed it on Friday and in the manager inbox, it will directly. Once you have completed it on Friday, it will go there on Friday itself. So automatically it will be calculated on Monday. Plus, you are not going to configure step delays every time you are doing hire. It will be configured once at the starting. Whenever you are doing the implementation, you are not going to change the step delay at each and every hire. 2 days means 2 days only. So for suppose if a manager has got this step on Friday, he or she will it will get disappeared. If you have entered the step delay for 2 days, it will disappear on Friday and Monday and it will again come on in his or her inbox on Tuesday. So 2 days of step delay will be there. It's not every time. Whenever you are doing hire, you are going to configure or edit the business process. Business process will be configured at the starting. Until and unless some major process change is there or something they want to add, some conditions they want to add, you are not going to configure step delay for each and every hire. It's for a business process. It's for a business process. It's not for a single hire that you are going to. If I'm going to hire, for example, Sai, again I'm going to change the step delay, and then again I'm going to hire Teresa. I'm going to change the step delay. No, it will be configured at the start of my project itself, whenever I'm configuring the business process. Ankita, one more question. So can we set the time period? For example, the approval has to be done within 3 days. Something like that also we can do. Yes, we can do it at the due date and it will just give you an alert. It's not going to get disappear or deleted or anything. You can set up the due date. That at the starting itself there is a column due date. That needs to be completed by this. But due dates won't remove anything or won't add anything specific to your process. It will simply give an alert to the manager, or we can say that whosoever the security group is, it's not going to be get disappeared or the process. You cannot carry the process beyond the due date. It will simply give you an alert or a message type of notification that this process is pending in your inbox. So till the due date, it will not go to the next step. Even after that also, it won't go to the next step till the time the specified security group has approved it. It will lie in that particular security group only. Is there any option to do auto approval as well? So once the due date has come, it has to be auto approved if not approved by the manager. I haven't seen that. But yes, I can go ahead and check it if anything is configured on my client system. I haven't seen that auto approval part. Ankita, I have a question. So regarding the business process and then step delays, and then when you configure the steps, so and then it's pending with a manager or a subordinate manager or that particular group manager. That additional step. If the manager is not available and he is on leave for that particular group, what will happen? So they have to wait for that particular time or else they will. Someone will cancel the HR admin, will cancel the business process, and they will restart the business process. Or else they will delegate it to someone else in spite of manager. The delegation part we will learn afterward. How to delegate the task. Once we are into the higher business process means once we are hiring the employee, we will discuss that delegation in that hiring because I cannot show you now that how you're going to delegate your steps. So if I am the manager, when I will be doing the hire, I will show you how to delegate your task to someone else if you are not going to take the action. I cannot show you now because I don't have any hire pending in my system. So delegation topics, we will park it when we are doing it hire. Just remind me when we will be doing the hiring of the employee. So business process notifications we have already discussed. Workday delivers a number of system notifications. System notifications also, we have seen it. How many system notifications are there? If you don't want to send the system notifications, it's just remove them. You know how to go there. Go to the notification tab of your business process and go to the manage system notification and disable them. You don't want to send the system notification. System notification means the notifications that are already delivered by Workday. Notifications are sent to users assigned to a step to alert them that they have pending action. While these notifications cannot be modified, you can specify the notifications enabled or disabled. This can be configured by a maintained system notifications. You can also create notification that trigger custom notification. Yesterday, we have created it. So you can create it by a business process and notification. So recipients, you have already discussed. You can send notification to specific groups or to email addresses. Triggered. Specify the notification trigger by the status of the business process or when the business process enters or exists as steps you specify. Why I'm going fast with this? Because we have already discussed these topics yesterday. I have demonstrated in the tenant itself. Condition rules. Notification trigger include that trigger specification and the rules you specify. Both triggers must be met before the notification is sent. So now there was a tab where you can see on the hand side, try configuring the condition rule. For example, if the country is equal to USA, then only send that notification. You can send the notification both based on the condition rules as well. Now email option. Email option. Can we send it to a distribution list? Yes, because distribution list will also have an email. So we are pointing out to that particular email address. It's not synced with the GAL, the global address list. And then there comes the subject and the body like we have configured yesterday. Now how there is how to manage the business process. This, you need to note it down somewhere. That in progress business process can only be cancelled and corrected. The business process that are in progress, you can cancel them and you can correct them, but you cannot rescind the business process that are in progress. Always remember, if any business process is having a status of in progress, that means the business process is now in progress. You can only cancel them and correct them. Correct means if you want to correct, for example, hire date. So you can click on the correct option and you can correct the hire date. Now your hire business process is in progress and as well as cancel it. You can cancel it and then you have to again restart or again the hiring restart that particular business process. That means the hiring that we are carrying on. So, and whenever your business process successfully completed, for example, I have done my hiring, completed my employees visible under members tab of my supervisory organization. And I can see that that means my business process successfully completed. Somehow someone comes and told me that first I don't want this particular employer hired him wrongly. Now you can see that you can only rescind or correct it. You can only resend or correct the data. You cannot cancel that business process. So successfully completed, you can only resend and correct, and in progress business process, you can only cancel and correct this. This is going to be a very good question for MCQ or your interview as well. So whenever you are going for certification, these small questions will be there. So here it is written clearly cancel. Only business process that are in the status of in progress can be cancelled. This action ends the business process transition. Again, you have to start it from the scratch. Recent business processes that are in the status of completely successfully completed can be rescinded to undo that transaction in Workday. Certain VPs are not rescindable either because of Workday functionality or because subsequent actions have been taken. No, there is no way to undo a rescind. There is no way to undo a cancel as well. There is no way to cancel or rescind any of the business process. You cannot undo that particular thing. Now correct. Certain business process in the status of in progress or successfully completed can be corrected to change some or all of the business process data element. For example, hire date and the employee is not going to join. We have given the hire date as of 9th of January and the employee is not going to join on 9th of January. So already the employee is being hired. So we are going to correct that particular hire date and we are going to give it as 10th of January whenever the employee is going to join the organization. So this is how we are going to manage the business process. So you will do this when you are going to hire the employee in your supervisory organization. You will see that whenever you are hiring, you will be stuck. Plus, this is a training tenant. So definitely it's going to have lots of if and buts in it. So definitely you can because everyone will be using this tenant now. I am also using the same tenant. You are also using the same even when you are going to work for your client as well. There is going to be a development tenant. So mostly development tenants will be refreshed from that production tenant. But now, if we are using the training tenant, it won't be refreshed from where we are going to refresh it because it's a training tenant. So training tenants usually in all the organization. If you got the access of the training tenant in your organization, you will see that the data won't be appropriate or you won't have full access, full control. Ankit, can you please repeat this recent one? Recent means whenever your business process is completed, for example, hire, and you told that now this employee is not going or I have hired the wrong employee. This was not the employee. So I am going to rescind that particular business process because already the employee is hired. That means hire business process is successfully completed for that particular hire. No, we cannot do. Undo means what they want to say is, once we have rescinded it, I found that, oh, I have hired the wrong employee. I'm going to rescind it. Now I have rescinded. Now someone comes and tells me that, oh Ankit, why you have rescinded it? It was the correct employer. Now you don't have any option to undo. That particular thing means now I have rescinded it. I cannot undo it and I cannot restore that particular employee. There is no other option left for me. Again, I have to go ahead and I have to means I have to again hire that particular employee. That means I cannot undo my recent action. So it's in the first line, it's mentioned successfully completed. That can be rescinded. That means if I have already hired an employee, that means my business process is successfully completed for that particular employee because the employee is hired into the system. Correct. Now, since the employee is hired, that means my BP is successfully completed. Now, I don't want that employee in the system. So what I'm going to do, whether I'm going to cancel the business process or I'm going to rescind the business process, I will rescind it because my employee is successfully completed, successfully hired. Now, once you have rescinded that particular business process, you cannot undo it. It is written here. There is no way to undo a rescind. Now coming to next topic, business process templates in GitHub. But whichever employees hire is in progress. Everything will get cancelled. We are going to hire or we are going to cancel only that particular hire. Not all. You're not going to cancel the business process. We are going to cancel the hire BP of that particular employee. Once I will show you, that's what I just told you to note it down. Once we hire the employee, then you can go ahead and cancel it or rescind it once you are done with the hiring concept or the termination concept. So now business process templates in Workday. In Workday, some of the business processes are template driven to provide a streamlined experience to the user for data entry. Business process like termination, change of proposed compensation, etc. allows user to use templates as we have one business process security policy per business process. Similarly, we have one template applicable for all business process definitions. Each section of the template is represented through our domain and secured under domain security policy. For example, whenever we are carrying out a termination. So whenever we are carrying out a termination, termination will need some kind of data. When the employee will be terminated, what is the reason you are terminating the employee? What is the organization or whether you want to rehire that particular employee or not in future in your organization or the employees blacklisted? Any kind of such thing. That few of the business process that is template driven. You can note down these few business process for core HCM termination, change of or proposed compensation. A few of the examples that we use commonly. Termination and change of. We are going to look into our training class itself. Template driven means some kind of template will be defined for them. The template is not editable. It is defined by Workday itself. Always note it down. Template will be defined by Workday itself. We can only change the security. That means I want termination reason to be entered only by the managers, HR partners, and HR admin. I can control only the security part. That means the termination reason will only be entered by the HR partner, HR admin, or the manager only. Because I have defined the security in such a way for my termination business process. Always remember, business process is not editable. It is delivered by Workday. We can only control the security part. So we will go through that template, various templates of the termination as well as a change of. I will show you the fields that are being delivered. We can only look into those fields. Even you can also open that particular task and you can refer it. See here. View business process. Template report is the task. Note it down somewhere. View business process template. Task name is View business process template. To see a list of all business process type that use templates, business templates include these configurable areas. Section group to call for validations, instructional text, and task security. We will open it in the tenant and I will go through that. Now, security part. We will discuss it how to define the security domain. We will discuss it in our security process. I will show you how the business process template will look like. So the task name is View Business Process Template. So this is the task, View Business Process Template. It's a report that is delivered by Workday. The moment you click on this, the various options that is available. See all these business processes. Then these are the names of the business process. That means all these business process are template driven. See here, you cannot see the higher business process because higher business process is not template driven. That's why I haven't told you during the higher topic. So higher business process, once you enter it, you won't see it. Now we will go through the termination. And same is the topic, that is, we can say it as a change job. Now there is one more quick cheat code that I use. Sometimes what will happen is whenever you will try searching the default definition. It's not something that Workday tells you or something that needs to be learned. But I'm just telling you the cheat code. Whenever you will search for the default definition, because it's a training tenant, and there are n number of higher definitions and Workday will only display top 100 higher definitions. And since it is being used widely, this training can be used by more than 100 employees. They have used it and they have created their own higher business process. So what will happen is you won't be able to see the default definition. Sometimes it happens. So go from here and you can open the higher definition as well. I will let you know where I used to open. So sometimes it happens that we are not getting it now. I will just tell you. But tomorrow I will just cross-check in my system how I used to check because sometimes it happens with me as well. I'm not able to see the default definitions. It will be hidden somewhere. Hidden means it will be just a new higher business process. Definitions will be there and we won't be able to see the default definition. So this is the thing. The template that will be configured section group. Once you will terminate any employee, if I have access, you will see that there is a section group. Reason notice period will be there. What is a notice period? Because the moment I will enter the termination, whether I'm going to self-resign or something, it will ask me if I'm going to resign from any of my organization, it will ask me some details to whosoever I have the access. Reason will have some dependent section, detailed section, notice period, and then rehire eligibility. There is again notice period that will have the detailed section, then detailed, then regrettable. Whether you want to rehire the employee, termination is regrettable or not. This is something you see that it is non-editable. You cannot edit it. You cannot edit anything. It is something that is already driven by Workday only, given by Workday only. Now what we can do is we can always define the task security. Whether termination details, who can have access, view access and modify access. We can define it. I will show you how you are going in the security class. There is a separate topic how you are going to create a security group. So you are going to define the security group. But as of now, just remember templates means any of the business process template. You can only define the security rest. All will be delivered by Workday only. Whatsoever. We have no control over it. We cannot change it, just the security part. If I want Ankita to view this, only view this termination details, so she cannot edit it. She cannot enter any data in that termination details. Termination. Regrettable is the field that is automatically defined by Workday only. We cannot change this field, but we can define the security. I want Ankita to have modify access to this particular field. Modify means you can view as well. If you are giving modify access to any field, automatically that particular security group will have view access as well. So rehire eligibility. Whether you want to rehire the employee or not. So these all fields you will see that will be defaulted by Workday itself whenever you are terminating any employee. Any employee, if you are terminating in your tenant, you will see those particular fields. We will terminate it once. Let's discuss, or if I can terminate that employee, you will. I have one doubt. Like what you said it, if there is a template, we can use a ready-made template which has been provided by worker and the client is with that. The client is not and he wants to modify the template, and definitely as per Workday, we cannot modify the template. We cannot modify it. So, as per the client requirement, can we create a business process as termination in Workday? And here we are going to create. We see business process means how your steps will be executed. Business process means how your steps will be executed. You are going to hire the employee. Business process means first manager will hire it, then the HR admin will give the proposed compensation or pose a compensation, then it will go to the HR partner for the approval. Similarly, termination also will have a business process but hire, not a template driven. That means there is no specified template that would be written there, that you are going to enter this field or you are going to do this. For example, I don't think I will have that termination access. Suppose the client wants that termination process to be driven as per the client requirement and he wants to copy some of these templates driven. He will share some of the details like what notice spread and the reason for leaving and all the steps. You can add it up, but he doesn't want the entire template to be copied. There are 8 steps. He just wants the 4 steps. So we can create a process as termination in our business process itself. See, this is a perfect example. I was talking about the cancer. I have opened the zone that I want to terminate this employee. I will go to the actions, how to terminate an employee. I will go to the action job change and then I will terminate the employee. The moment I click on that task, it will say that you cannot initiate this action because there are other pending or completed action for the worker that conflict with this one. Close or cancel the pending actions or resend the completed actions listed below. Now, though both of these assigned organization for zone depth and lateral move are in progress, status is in progress. So what all actions I can carry on this particular business process? I can carry out cancel and correct. I can either cancel this business process or correct this. Someone might have initiated it, assigned business process. See on 13th, 2022, someone has initiated this. So I will go to the related actions. I will go to the business process. I don't have the cancel authority access actually. So here you will see that business process and then you can cancel the business process. I don't have that access actually because it's a training tenant. My access is limited. Where you will get that business here. For this, I'm getting a business process cancel. And correct, I'm not getting that recent option. You see that because it is, and I will only get for the successfully completed whenever my business process successfully completed. If I want to, can I listen that particular business process? So I will go ahead and I will cancel it. Now it will ask me see this business process lateral move. That means someone might have carried out lateral movements. The employee is being changed from one position to another position. Some movement of the employees there. So that means change job is a particular business process that might have been triggered whenever this particular thing has been done. So see, this is all about the template I was talking about. When do I want this change to take effect? 620. Why are you making this change? So these are all the mandatory fields. So that is where template will come into picture. This is known as the template. That means for the start. This is the template that is being defined for the lateral move of change job business process. And this is the template that has been defined by this. So you cannot change the template, but you can hide or you can make visible the particular domains. That means job profile is a domain for the change for the lateral move. Change job lateral move. So it can be done like implementers don't have access, shouldn't have access for this modify. I will remove the implementer groups from the modify. I have shown you the modify one. The modify tab was then the template driven. So I will remove the implementer security group from the modify tab of the job profile so implementers won't see this job profile group. So here come that. That's what I was trying to explain you guys. This is known as the template that you are seeing at my screen. That means change job for the lateral move has this particular tab template. Start. These are all the domains, various domains, job profile. I can hide them. I can make them visible based on the access that I'm going to provide. Only this is under my control. My client told that I don't want these many domains to be visible. It's unnecessary. Why the business title is coming up? I don't want business title to be displayed, so I can hide it based on the domain security. Only I can do an hide and hide. That's it. You cannot add anything apart from the template that is being provided by the business process and job. They have told that. Fine, I want this particular field to be visible in my whenever I'm doing the termination. immediately. If you are a Workday consultant, you will go to the once you are finalizing the what we can say decisions of design. That this is the design that we have to follow. So immediately what you have to do as a Workday consultant, you have to open the template and check whether this particular field has been defined by the Workday in that particular business process template or not. So if it is not defined, you can go back and tell client that instead of this field, if you want this field, we can add it because this particular domain or this particular field is not at all visible or not at all delivered by Workday for termination. So always remember if there is hire, no need to worry about the fields. But yes, if there is a termination or we can say that change or anything template driven, open that task. You will see the business process that are template driven. Just cross check the fields or domains. You can only control the access, nothing else. So now how you are going to carry the termination. A termination would end the association of an employee with the organization. We can initiate termination for an employee from the related actions of the worker. A termination in Workday is a configurable business process. Business process is configurable. We will configure it similarly. How we are going to configure, how we have configured the higher business process. Employee will be reflected terminated after midnight of the next day. If termination date is 31st of December, then employee will reflect terminated starting 1st of Jan 12th midnight. You got the concept. So just make noted down that if the employee will be reflected terminated after midnight of the next day, if you have given the termination date as 31st of December, then the employee will be terminated starting from 1st Jan of 12 midnight. What's the time zone that is being defaulted in your tenant setup now in your tenant? Tenant is PST. So the employee will be terminated effective from 1st of Jan 12 midnight. How you will come to know that the employee is terminated. So whenever that's the case, you will see that the employee name will have the terminated word added to its name. For example, if I take the example of John, if I am going to terminate the John Depp, see, I have put this employee on leave. This employee is now leave. Similarly, if you terminate this employee, you will see that John Depp bracket terminated. And when you will see this terminated, for example, if I terminated the employee 31st of December, you will see that terminated word in against his name on 1st of December. Sorry, 1st of January, midnight. So when we type BP colon. So is there a website or will Workday give us the abbreviations of the list of abbreviations? Do we have a glossary or FQs or where can we find and work there? If you are stuck, and what is the abbreviation we are referring to? Means, for example, business process or initiation step or a workflow or compensation. So that's why we are here. We are getting trained in Workday. No, Ankita, I mean, is that a list of glossary of all the abbreviations of Workday? Or for can we find it out in the Workday? I don't understand your question itself means. What do you mean by abbreviation or glossary means? We are going to all the topics. So what do you want? No. Can you teleport to the tenant? I think, sir, you are talking about the question mark. If we put question mark, then we can actually get the prefixes. Yes, all the prefixes of business process. If you enter question mark, you will get all the prefixes that is there in your Workday and that is there delivered by Workday. What is a prefix? For example, I have opened a BP or higher. What is the prefix? What is the abbreviation you want me to? You want to be displayed. And then now I'm here in higher. What is the thing that you want? For BP, you said hire, and then we have termination, and then we have rehire. As you said, you ended access, and then we have so many processes and so many business processes. I have given you core HCM. No, that is not something that you will get all the list of the business processes somewhere. So the business process template driven, you will go to the view business process template and you will see that those business processes are template driven. And the few business processes that I have told you, they are already there. I have given you at the start. These are some of the common business processes in core HCM that we are using. So each and every module will have different business process, and once you are getting trained in that particular module, you will come to know about the business processes that are being used. For example, payroll will have their own business processes. Compensation will have their own. Likewise, core HCM has them. So I've shown you how we are going to terminate the employee, and at the end, we will terminate the employee as well. You will hire the employee, and then comes the termination reasons and categories. Usually, we will be using the one that is being delivered by the Workday, but yes, if your client wants some specific reason, you can always open this task. Maintain termination categories. I will go back to my tenant and there you can maintain the termination category if they have. See, maintain termination categories is the event, and if you want to do it for the contingent worker, then fine. You are going to maintain for the contingent workers, then fine. Then employee, terminate employee. Now I will open the terminate employee. So now the termination category name is involuntary. And there would be subcategory, workforce reduction, whether we want to terminate the employee with the workforce reduction. That's going to be the reason, poor job performance. So we can always configure the termination categories or their reasons here. Now, here you can see that one column is their reason. One column that you will configure is involuntary. And then the reason. What is the reason why you are terminating the employee is involuntary? That means the employee is not ready to terminate, but we are. We have to terminate it. That's involuntary. That's not voluntary by the employee. So that's the reason. Different reasons. If my client want to add any reason under involuntary, always welcome. You can go ahead and add it. Click on this Add Row button and you can always add the reason. Now you can see that one column is the eligible for rehire. That means if you are terminating the employee, whether you can rehire the employer in future. Or no, whether this particular reason will allow you to enter that particular reason or not. You can enter it here. Yes or no? Whether with the workforce reduction, you want that employer. For example, if an employee is terminated for poor job performance by the organization. So the reason is eligible for rehire is no. You cannot hire that particular. That means in future also, you cannot rehire that particular employee in your organization again. So that is the column from where you will be having the option of eligible for rehire. A rehire question can also be asked. where you will be configuring or how you will make sure that the employee that we are terminating can be rehired in the future. We can rehire that particular employee in the future or not. So under maintain termination categories, we can decide whether the employee that we are terminating can be rehired or not. Is this topic clear? Like maintain the termination categories. Now I've shown you the termination categories as well. Ankit, I have a doubt. For rehire also, we have the same process. Like the hire, we have the same business process. We will carry out the hiring, termination, change job, and if you want, I will also show you how you are going to do the rehire, or else you can also explore it on your own if you want. I will show you once we are done with the security part, because once we are done without security, we cannot hire the employer to whom we are going to assign that particular, which security group we are going to assign that particular step. So before that, we should know the security, then only we can do the hiring. Thank you. One question on rehire. When we do rehire, does the employee ID remains the same in Workday or does it change? Yes, it remains the same. It remains the same. Now manage business, and we have seen the worker profile also. So in that, when you hire the employee summary, I have shown you the worker profile at the start of the navigation classes class itself. So in that you will see the hire date of the employer. There, once you terminate the employee, you will see the termination date. And again, when you hire that employee, you will again see the hire date only. You won't see that rehire date. You will see the hire date. You can only identify whether the employee is rehired by going to the business process steps or the worker history of that particular employer. I have shown you the worker history as well how to check the worker history. What's the history of the worker? What all actions has been performed on the worker? So whenever you are going to rehire, the date there in the summary column of the worker profile will be mentioned as the hire date only, not the rehire. It will be the revised hire date. The new hire date you hired it, that we have effective hired date, that we have rehired the employer. But in the summary, you will see that it will be mentioned as a hire date only, not the rehire date, because it will not be a continuation of service, because if you're using the same employee number, ideally it should have the continuation of the service and all the so. But as it is a new hire date, see new hire date, I will show you. Here, this is my profile. Jacqueline profile is there. So this is a summary tab. Here I will see that the hire date is 1/1/2000. So now again, when I'm going to terminate this Jacqueline, here instead of hired it will be termination date mentioned here. For example, I'm going to terminate her from 9th of January. So 1/9/2024 will be mentioned here. Now here, again I'm going to rehire the Jacqueline effective March 1st of March 2024. So again, instead of termination date on here, it will mention as hire date 3/1/2024. That means 1st March 2024. It won't be. The field won't be mentioned as rehire date. It will be mentioned as a hire date only. But here you will see the original hire date as 1/1/2000 only. I have a question here. If we terminate any employees, and how many days actually his or her information will be in our database? It would be there. You will see the employee terminated employee So will be cannot. Oh, it is not deleting from the system. No, 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 never. Never is being deleted. Always remember never, never no. See, I have a terminated Jacqueline now in the month of, for example, in the month of October. But O2 forms for the USA employee will be there. It will be processed in the 2024. And for the Indian employees, if I'm terminating, for example, I'm terminating the employee. Then if the employees are removed from the system itself, then how the Form 16 will be generated for the Indian employees and for the USA employees. W2 forms will be generated in the next year. So never ever it is recommended or anything that will be deleted or removed from the system. So that's what I was telling you. Whenever an employee is terminated, the date will be mentioned in his or her profile like termination date here. And in brackets, for example, I'm going to terminate the Jacqueline bracket. It's terminated will be mentioned. That's it. And in case of rehire under the job details, the previous checkout will be there. Previous record you will find another worker, history only. If you want to check the previous data when it was terminated or something like that, you can find another worker history. I've shown you the worker history at the start. See your worker history. Is there all the action that has been taken care of and that has been taken on this particular worker profile? It would be mentioned here. If I want to view by the category, I can view it. Click on this. Category means any action that is specifically been taken on the staffing. That means hire, termination, position, changes history or anything that has been taken care back on compensation, specifically related to payroll. So everything will be mentioned under the worker history. So, and any questions regarding if an employee is terminated, for example, I'm going to terminate the Jacqueline, but few actions that is being pending in his or her inbox that needs to be taken care of. Correct. So there comes the concept of managed business process for worker. If I'm going to terminate Ankita and Ankita needs to take care of few action that is already pending on his or her in her inbox. So who is going to take care of those actions when Ankita is going to get terminated? So we are going to assign those particular actions to someone else via this task, managed business process for worker. Usually whenever we are terminating an employee or we are any employees going on leave, long leave, leave of absence. Any employees changing his or her employee type, for example, from contingent to employer, employer to contingent. Contingent means worker, that's the word that is being used. Sorry, contractor, that we are using contingent word is equivalent to contractor. So here we are using it as contingent. So whenever a worker is terminated or he is going change job means transferred from one organization to another or any location change is met or done for an employee or he has been like from contractor, he has become the employee. So definitely the actions will change. He or she cannot take action related to contractor when he is employee. Whenever an employee is going on long leave of absence, for example, maternity or any medical leave, long medical leave, so definitely his or her inbox items needs to be taken care by someone else. So here comes the concept of managed business process for worker. You will see this step when you will configure the termination business process for your organization. You will insert this particular step in your business process, usually termination, change job, and all these kind of business process where the action is being transferred from his or in position or some changes are there in his tenure. So usually this step will be there for all kind of those business processes. So memorize this word, task managed business process for worker. Managed business process for worker allows to control all in-progress business processes related to the worker. We can control these below mentioned categories. Inbox items assigned to the workers. Any inbox item that is pending or that has been assigned to the worker that can be taken care by this particular task. You can cancel or reassign the task that is being pending in the worker inbox. Business process. About the worker list business process. Where the worker is a target object, you can cancel any process. For example, Ankita needs to take care of hire business process. I am the manager, so there also it will list. It will whenever this step will come into picture. Whenever you are terminating the employee doing the change job on any of the employee, this particular task will come and you will have all those listed items. Inbox items, business process and delegations to the workers. Any kind of delegation, list all delegations and related inbox item assigned to the worker. Any kind of delegations that is being assigned to the workers will be listed down there. Whether these are the delegation that has been assigned to this worker. So who is going to take care of those delegations? You can assign it under this task. You will get a notification whenever you are performing it. So, for example, I am Jacqueline and I am responsible for that particular task. Manage business process for worker and I am terminating SAI. I'm just taking an example, SI. So I will get that manage business process worker for SI. If SAI is responsible for any business process action, it will list it down here as a table. It will list it down as a table here that these all the steps or business process that are assigned to the SI. I can reassign them going to related actions or something. Some worker or some column will be there. To reassign those steps or business process to someone else. Because I'm the security group responsible for that particular managed business process for worker. So, and similarly, if any delegation will be there, it will be listed down in a format of table. These many steps that are delegated that this Jacqueline is responsible for the delegation. So I can delegate those steps further to anyone else because in the managed business process, unassigned won the reassigned steps. And can we? We have the authority or the manager or the concerned person has the authority to change the security group. The security group to reassign. Step 2 initiation group. That is the one that will be pending only on CI. For example, I'm terminating CI. So it will list on. I'm not going to change the security group of the business process. The actions that is been pending for the CI to take action from. So it would be pending. I'm not going to change the security group. I will simply assign the actions that are pending under CI inbox. So these are all the actions that is pending for Jacqueline to take action. Now person information for Kiran. So whosoever is going to terminate the Jacqueline, it will display in his or her under that manage business process to whom you want to assign these all steps. Jacqueline needs to take action on these topics on these particular tasks. Someone has to take actions on these all. Otherwise, once Jacqueline is terminated, who is going to take the action? Then again the customer will come and say that my step is stuck. Now Jacqueline is not there in the system. So that's why here comes the topic as manage business process. Once the employee is being terminated, you have the authority. The particular security group will have the authority to reassign those particular steps. Assign it some to someone we can control is inbox items assigned to the workers. all the inbox items that the worker has, the concerned worker has, the business process actions that is pending for the worker or any kind of delegations. These three items you can reassign or you can assign to someone else. So yeah, from HR manager standpoint, on a Monday morning, and he's a manager for about 500 employees, where about 200 are contractors and 300 are employees. And he wants to have a dashboard where he wants to see who will be terminated next month and who will be hired. So, can you set up a dashboard where at a one-stop shop? Yes, you can configure the reports and this will be discussed in the report section. How you are going to fetch the list of the employees. Once the employee is hired, that's the end topic. After hiring, termination change, or we will be discussing that report there. By report, you can fetch all kind of deals. What all employees that belongs to this California location. I want the list. What all employees, so something sort and sort of any kind of data that you need to fetch, you can fetch it via report. You can create the custom report and you can, based on your requirement from the client for your own requirement, you can create the report and fetch it. Do not create custom reports until your customer says so in production environment. So this is all about the termination one. Tomorrow we will discuss the termination business process. I won't configure the termination business process fully. You are going to configure it. I will guide you just that, how you are going to configure it, and I will give you as an homework and we will discuss the change job because termination business process is similar as of your hire business process. But change job has some changes or it is different from your hire business process. I will guide you how you're going to create it, your termination business process, and then I will create the change of business process for you. I will maybe have to go from each and every field for the change of business process, and that's going to be change of business process is going to be our last topic for the business process. So today I will tell you how to configure the termination business process. Now, so it's creation of the business process. Always remember it's not template. Whenever you are going for any kind of business process, creation process will be same throughout the modules. No need to be concerned about whether this is related to ready to hire, is related to the recruitment model, or this is related to the payroll model. So I should follow the different approach for creating the business process. No, whenever you are creating business process, whether it is template driven or it is non-template driven, it is not related to a template. And then also you have to what we can say, you have to follow the same procedure, whether it's going to be sub process or anything. Always remember. So where we are creating our, I will go to the related actions and then business process and then create copy or link definition. Now, since I'm going to create the termination, so my business process type is going to be termination. None of them are because I'm going to create my own organization specific business process. I will click on. Now say you have to follow the same steps like you are creating your termination or hire. You have created your hire business process. Now, if you are using the template, then also you have to create it up or you can just Template means what all inputs is needed whenever we are following, whenever we are terminating an employee or we are processing that particular business process. But what steps needs to be followed? Like I have initiated, Ankita has initiated the business termination business process. Now further, we can say that for some kind of role assignments like see here review employee, someone has initiated, manager has initiated the termination. Now someone should be there who is going to review the employee termination, whether the employee termination is done correctly or not. So that will go to the HR partner, but who has initiated the termination needs to fill some details. So that details filling will have a template like we whenever anyone asks us from any data. So you will go back to them and say that is there any specified template where we can mention that data or fill up that data. So it's similar. We are going to fill the data in that template. Business process means series of steps that needs to be executed. A template means some kind of template will be provided to you, format will be provided to you, and you have to fill that data there. But how you are going to, how the business process will proceed, that is known as the series of execution of the steps. So these are the steps like similar to hire. And always remember hire is not template driven business process. There is no template needed. We are not going to fill any data. We are simply going to hire based on the requirement. We are not going to fill the data. So that's why it's not template driven. And termination, change of proposed compensation hire. Everything is template driven. Go to that particular task view business process template. Then you can see the template. Hope it is clear to all. Whenever, just take a template. Whenever you have a doubt, just take an example of your own organization. Someone asks you any data, you will go back and say that is there any specified template or format where I can give you a data, give you that data. That's the template. I have two questions, one regarding the job change. And so when there's a job change from a manager to a VP, and then he's going to a different department, so there are any mandatory fields that needs to be changed, like cost center, his manager has to be changed. So any, can you give me around 5 to 6 or any? That I will show you in the template of the change of. When we are going to discuss a change of, you can have various fields there. You can have various fields there in the template. Just try to explore the template of change of if you want to go through the fields and all. So we need business process template change of has its own business, template. I'll explore that. And then we will go to the change of business process as well after this termination. And the second question is, see, as you were mentioning about the higher business process, the termination business process, where either it is a template or we are creating a new one. Can we export any business process from elsewhere and incorporate that into our Workday profile? No, see, every ERP system has their own coding language or their own instruction or their own configurations. The steps. So you cannot import the business process from there to here. It's all I have already told you. Business processes, Workday deliver, default definitions are already worked or delivered. You can only configure. You can ask them what's the steps that you are following in SAP. For example, I'm going to take say P. So you can, a client will tell you the requirement like earlier you used to. Earlier in the ERP system, We used to follow these many steps in order to complete the higher business process. They will tell you the steps. Now it's you, the Workday consultant, who is going to configure that business process. They will give you a series of steps. Like first manager used to initiate it, then it will roll to the compensation partner, will approve it or something like that. They will tell you. Then you are going to make it as a table, similar table that was looking at my screen. For example, what's the task, whether that is mandatory or not. If it is mandatory, then optional is no. And what's used to perform in our Workday language. We set that particular user as security group. This security group is mentioned is like responsible for this step. And what is the condition they want for this particular step? Whether only for USA employee they want to review the employee termination, or for all employees they want to review. So conditions are going to mention it here. So this is a template that I'm giving you in the form of activity documents. You have to pen down in your own language, Workday language, as a Workday consultant. And then you have to, similarly, like you're configuring now, you are going to configure the organization, specific business process. So it's not like that. And also, whenever you are doing any implementation project, definitely you are not going to say that, oh, I'm not going to insert any history, or I'm not going to take any history from any of your ERP system. Of my Workday doesn't support that. What you will do is they will provide you data in their own template. You have to convert it in your own format, Workday delivered format. I will show you how you're going to do that. Loads or EIBs. From that, how you are going to take the data or how you are going to upload the data in your own Workday tenants. There are few. There are templates that are being delivered by Workday only. Those via those templates only are going to upload the data in the Workday system. It's not like that. You will take any Excel and upload it in the Workday. They only recognize their own templates or their own language. You can migrate the data within the tenants from the development, and it's all sandbox or sandbox to the production, but not from the external. For that, you need some Workday templates. You have to upload the data in the Workday delivered templates only. So now termination is similar. Configuration of the termination business process is similar. I'm not going to configure the whole termination business processes. I will only start it and I will give you as a homework, and tomorrow we will discuss if you have any questions regarding the termination business process. It's similar, only you are going to configure it in the supervisory organization. And likewise, you have to give the order. For example, my next step is review employee termination. I will go to that step. Action is action. What is a step? I have specified the step name. Receive termination. Receive termination. Now the security group. Is there any ways where we can go and search like when I was working in Oracle? So if you make any changes in any workflow, in any steps, so we know like when we go and search in the back end, we know like where are the other places it is going to affect. So like one changes I make in one workflow, so I can know where other places are. This is not a workflow. This is business process. Now, this can only be tested when you are going to terminate the employee. Like hire business process can only be tested when you're going to hire an employee. Now, because since you are new to the Workday training system, even if I am going to configure in business process, because I know when I could test it. So what I will do is, if I want to test this particular step, when you will learn that hiring and termination, then you will also do the same thing. But now, because since you are learning, so what I will do is I will prefer this if I have configured these two steps A and B. Immediately I will go and terminate an employee. I will check whether this particular step is triggered in my termination or not. Because this is termination, you have to. Because sometimes when we make one changes here, maybe in some other places it may error out. No, it's not. It's termination. It's only going to be, if it's only going to be effective on a termination, it's not related to anything else. It's not linked to anything else. Termination only. Can we fetch some tables or something like that? And can we know some relations? Suppose I make a change here and where are other cases it is affecting. No. It's only effective date can be the question. They can come back to you. But yes, it only needs to be taken care by your the respective advanced module. If they face any, for example, if they face any issue like why there is a change in the termination module, why this particular payroll condition has been inserted on this specific date, that is going to affect our return. So it's payroll team who has to do some analysis, or if any compensation changes related, they have to do any their own analysis. It's your core as a part of core HCM. It's not going to affect anything because you are going to terminate the employee. It's only termination business process that you are defining. When you are into the system, then effective date changes automatically. You will get the warning or the error. It's not something that is related to some big process or something like that. It's whole soul termination only. Termination for this, not just for termination. I'm saying like we saw, like there are 300 something steps now, so the client can come and ask change anywhere. So like because we don't know the process as a whole, just me. So I'm just thinking if something I make a change and if it's only the way you're going to test, it's only the way you are going to test the termination. It's not going to affect anything else. It's not because it's only termination business process you are editing or higher business process that you are editing. And if in case you are getting any error in any of the process further, you have to analyze it on your own. Like, for example, now I'm getting one alert. If in case Workday, that's what cloud is. What it will give you is whenever you are performing any error and if you get in for any process and it will give you any kind of error or an alert, you have to rectify it at that moment only. Like for example, here I'm getting an alert, manage already word. They will give you that alert or error. It's not something that is related to someone else, but yes, business process workflow means whenever a series of steps is executed. So whenever you are going to terminate an employee, then that means series of steps will be executed. At time you will get an error. Then you have to rectify it. Like for example, HR partner hasn't approved it yet, or this step is missing in between. The step has been missed out. So something like that, once you will do that step, once you will proceed further, you will get those kinds of errors. It's not something that is related. You will get at that moment itself the error, kind of error or alert. So here you can see that termination details staffing actions. You cannot say that, for example, your client comes and tells you that I don't want detailed section to be visible to the benefit partner, but I want the reason to be visible to the benefit partner. So you can go back to your client, say that no, Workday doesn't provide us that facility. If you want, both of these fields will come together, because here you can see that both of these fields are here, and you can simultaneously provide the access for the view and modify. So you can go back and say that no, if you want, we can provide the view access for both or not, or for both you are not going to provide the view access. So template, this is known as the template, and this is, I will just show you how you are going to create the termination business. Ankita, just one last question. So if I'm giving completed, so suppose if for background verification, suppose if the background verification gets invalid, also the next steps will get executed. If background verification gets invalid, that means the employees, they are going to terminate the employee immediately. That means the employer doesn't fulfill the background verification. So they will terminate the employee. So that entirely depends upon the process that the client needs to follow. So एक partner. Now what's my next step? I have configured this step review employee termination. I will immediately open my business process configuration option report. Always have that. Have that report open whenever you're configuring any business process. So I'm going to open business process. So since I am configuring the termination, I will open it for the business process type termination. Now scroll towards the and check for the review employee termination action type. There is no sub-process for review. So since it is alphabetical order, so you get will have to review. Employee termination is not initiating any sub-process. So I will go. It's all. No need to configure any sub-process. Now coming to my next step, that's going to be managed business process for worker, and be sure that it's optional. It is marked as optional. Yes. And the condition. And here we have missed one thing, review employee termination. What they have given, HR initiated, then skip this step. HR partner initiated, then skip this step. So I'm going to mark it as yellow because the conditions I'm only going to enter when I'm in the view mode, and view mode I will only go when I have added all my steps in my business process. Now coming to our change job business process. Now change job, the word itself. I've shown you even the actions go to the related actions of the employee where you want to perform the change job. Any kind of job changes related to the job that the employee is performing now in the system. You are going to perform the change job, whether it's termination, whether it's transfer, a change of location, or anything that's going to be done by change job. In Workday, change of business process enables an organization to streamline the process of promotion, demotion, transfer, lateral moves, and changes to workers' positions or location data. This is one of the most complex business processes in Workday. In this chapter, we will learn the purpose and function of change job business process in Workday. Change job is also a configurable business process in Workday, and it is template driven. It also has guided editor feature that enables user to have more detailed information about each of the fields on the change job screen. Once we will configure the change job, then we will go ahead with the termination of that particular employee. Now initiating change job. You can initiate it via start job, change task, or directly go to the I would prefer. If you want to perform any change of action on any of the employee, go to the related action, go to the tab change job and initiate respective change job action that you want to perform whatsoever it is. You will get that option in the change of related actions itself. Very often, managers will have access to the Start Change job, which has simple questions to be answered based on the configured template, whereas other security groups have initiating access. Can user transfer, promote, or change job task that has additional fields and section that is accessible depending on user security permission? It's all over the same only. Like we have seen for the termination business process. Just remember one thing that managers can initiate it with a task known as a state start change job. They will have that in their relative action, related actions. Whenever a manager is going to carry out the change of business process, otherwise any other employee, whether it's going to be a chair, partner, or someone else, they are going to do it via the related actions you will get. If your security permits, you will get it under the secure related actions of that particular employee. If you have whatever access you have, you will see that particular tab in your related action of that particular employee. So, for example, now if I go to the remote desktop screen, I won't be able to switch to my PPT. So bear with that. I will show you in the system. For example, when I was doing it, I have the access for the terminate job. It may be possible that everyone don't have that access for termination. So if you don't have access to perform the termination part, you won't be able to see that termination tab there. If you have the access for the performing the transfer, promotion, or change up, then you will see that particular task. So it's all access driven. So this is how we will do that termination or change of business process. I will show you how you are going to perform it. So these are the steps. There are also a few micro steps that can be initiated whenever you are going to perform change up. If your employees say that I want to perform because in the user training, you have to tell them that change of business process. You can use it for the promotion, transfer, demotion, change of location, or do you want to change the contract details, or do you want to transfer any employee? You can use this particular task, change job, where you are going to use that change of task, related actions of the employee. So in a job management organization, we can select how Workday would handle a worker's position during a staffing movement when using a job management. And this is something that you are going to note it down somewhere, or else if you want to just hurt it or look into that theoretical part, just go through it. See, there is a setting in the Edit Tenant Setup Task HCM. I have told you, Edit Tenant Setup HCM task is there. That is all tenant settings that is controlled under this particular task. If you change something, it would be effective under for all the things in the tenant for everyone. So now there is a particular tab you will see in this task. Since I don't have access, I can only tell you the theoretical part of it. So change job, use default orgs for job management. If this checkbox is checked, then the workers can be moved to a new organization with the same staffing model. That means if change job, just note down this particular tab. I can say that you will see it under the Edit Tenant Setup HCM Task Change Job. Use default orgs for job management. Whenever this particular checkbox is checked, then workers can be moved to a new organization with the same staffing model only. And whenever this checkbox is not checked, then workers can be moved within the different staffing model. That means you can move the workers from job management to position management or the position management to the job management. So always remember this checkbox should be there. Now usually what we will do is we will reassign if your users, if your customers comes to you and say that I don't want the customer, I don't want the employees to take their roles along with them. So in that case, what we will be doing is we will be inserting few steps in our business process. When we are going to configure the change of business process, I will tell you that particular task. We will insert that task so that whenever that change job is triggered, it will give you a particular step. It will give you a particular task where you can change the roles of the business, of the employee as well. I don't want the employee to perform the manager roles if I'm going to switch him from this supervisor organization to the second one. I don't want him to perform the manager role in the new supervisory organization, so Workday gives us that facility to change the roles as well. Whenever we are performing the change job, because you never know you're going to change the responsibility of the employee. Am I clear to everyone? Till now, what is change job and what you are going to do? Because if you are going to change job, definitely the responsibilities is also going to change for that particular employee. Once I will show you in the tenant, it will be more clear to you guys. Now business process template. It's same only. I'm not going to confuse more. Regarding this, open the view business process template task. Go and search for the change job, enter change job, and you will see all the fields that are required for the change job. It's same, only if you want, you can go ahead and change the security view security or the added security. It depends upon your client requirement. With what all security he or she wants to give it to the employees. Now there is the same thing. We have to maintain the event categories and reasons for the change job as well. There is a task for the same maintain event categories and reasons. We will look into the same life we have seen for the termination business process. Now I will show you the system that will be more clear to you. Now, this is a view business process template. Now I will show you for the change job. So this is the thing that I was talking about when we were going through the PPT. So change job, click on it. See, it's same only. Here are the tasks security. You are only going to modify the security part. How? We are going to discuss security. Next topic, security. How you are going to define the domain security or the business process security. So these are all the domains. For example, staffing change job date and reason. So what? All tasks that would be there, move opening, start t-test, and where you will see that all things whenever you are going to perform the change job action. For example, now this is my termination that I have performed on the John Depp. Now I'm going to cancel this. I'm not going to submit it because I'm going to perform another one change job on John Depp. Actions, go to actions. That's what I was telling you. Go to change job. So now, Jacqueline, what's all job change? These many tasks under the job change, Jacqueline has access. That means Jacqueline can have access to transfer promoter, change job, change business title, change location. She can also change locations. She can add the contract. All these things come under the change job change. Job change means any change related to your job responsibilities. So even location also comes under. Based on the location also, you get some job responsibilities. Even edit notice period, view notice period, manage probation periods, terminate employee, everything that is mentioned here. That means Jacqueline has the access to take action on these particular things, job changer action items. Am I clear now? Now is it clear? The things that we were talking about. Now, one topic that I was talking about was whether we can move the employee within the same staffing model or different staffing models. Correct. There are two types of staffing model, job management and position management, if you guys remember it. So that was a task, that was a tab that I mentioned when I was going through the PPT. That was a task. If you have checked that particular task, that means you can transfer. If you're going to click this, you are going to transfer the employee within the same staffing model only. If that checkbox is checked under the Edit Tenant Setup task. If that checkbox is not checked, that means you can go ahead and transfer the employee even within the different staffing model as well. That means from job to position and vice versa. So now I hope that particular topic is clear to you all. So now, here you can see that these are the various star details and it's all worked or delivered. So you cannot change it. So you can now enter all the details. When do we want this change to be? That means effective data. They have changed the line. That's it. Why are you making this change? That means the reason, whether it's going to be lateral move, demotion, promotion, what's transfer, anything. So who is going to be the new manager? Whether you want to change the manager of the employee, then if yes, then you are going to enter that manager as well. If you want to change the person, then C. For example, I'm going to change the supervisory organization of my employee. So I'm going to enter that particular supervisory organization as well if I want to change it. Which team will this person be on after this change? If you want to change the location, then you can go ahead and change the location as well. So that means change job. You can trigger it like this. Now coming to the next topic that we have discussed about. The change job is maintain event categories. Well, before you go to that, in the change of itself, I think termination you said where when the employee is terminated on 31st December, the effective date would be the next day at 12 a.m. So for a job change when it's the same day. Yes, only for the termination. That's why we have mentioned it. Only for the termination. That's the case. If we have given 31st, if you have given 9th of January as a termination date here, when we are carrying out the termination, then the effective date of the termination will be 10th of January, 12 a.m. PST. Now maintain event categories and reasons. Task remains the same for each and every business process or event. We can say that. So if you are going to maintain the event categories for termination and termination, now we are going to maintain the event categories for termination. Yesterday we have seen for termination. So now I will be going further with the change job. So similar is the case. Some are Workday delivered if you want. It depends upon your client requirement. If they want, they can add their own reasons and their own change job types. Scroll towards you can go through all the reason categories. This is something that we configured even in a MS project as well, because they will come with some different kinds of categories or reason. Now we come to know that we want this category as well. So here we will come and add the event categories or their reasons. This is the task. Just remember this task. Whatever business or whatever event is, you can directly open this task and enter the event, and you can configure the respective categories and reasons based on your requirement. This is something also will be done at the implementation level. They will give you the list of the reasons and categories. Now you can check whether that is already there in the reason tab or not. If it is there, it's well and good, otherwise go ahead and add it. Add that particular reason or change your type. So I hope that this is the same thing only. That's why I told you that at that end it would be. Everything will look like same, only just the terminologies will be different. And once we are done with the security part, we are going to hire, terminate even. We are going to carry the change job as well. So first let's complete all the steps. Then only we are going to perform the actions. Now I want to configure the change job business process for my supervisory organization, Ankita Corporation. Same process. Go to the related actions, business process, create copy or link, definition what I'm going to configure, change job. Change job. I'm going to configure on my own. So none of the above, not going to copy an existing definition. Now see the moment I have configured it, the moment I have clicked on. That means I have defined my change of business process. Now if I go back again, there's a system called refresh in between. I cannot define it because there can be only one change of business process. One business process of same type, like for change of, can be one for my corporation, supervisory organization. I don't find change job, now business process, type of change job, because already I have defined the change job. Now I have to search my business process and again go ahead and edit it. Change job. See, it is there, and it will be there only with the initiation step. Ignore the errors. First try to complete it because it will give you an error. There are some mandatory things. Once you go ahead with the configuration or the edit of the business process, I don't want this tax for you to be reflected how it is going to be rectified. So in that case, first we have to do all of our R&D because they will ask what R&D you have to do. You cannot go ahead and mention your problem and they will give you the solution. They will ask you what you have done till now. What is the step that you have done? Where you are stuck, then only we are going to help you. So now this is we can say that requirement that I have for the change job now from my client. Now, first initial change of that automatically will be there. Now, second, you can see that review current manager. Now, what's this? That's what they have told you, that this is the most complex business process in Workday. change job. Because it involves current as well as the routing modifier, routing manager, or proposed manager. We can say that proposed manager means usually in change job, we are going to change the location. We are going to change we can say that we are going to change the organization. We are going to do the promotion. If promotion happens, definitely your organization will be changed. And if your organization is changed, your manager it can happen that your manager can change. Sometimes it can happen that manager will remain the same. So in that case, both your proposed and the current manager will be the same only. Usually manager changes because change job will involve the change of the manager as well. Usually, in usual cases, manager will change. If not, then the current and the proposed will be the same only. So now next is a second step you can see is review current manager. That means your change job that you have initiated will go for a review to your current manager. That's the task name is review current manager. Correct? Am I clear to all? What do you mean by the next task? Second means review current manager. So I'm going to add the step here is review current manager. That means it will go for the review to my current manager. That's the action type is. Now, what's the group they have told? Definitely, if it is going for a review to the current manager, then who is responsible for that particular step? Manager. And who should be the manager? Current manager, because it is going for the review to the current manager. I have a question here, but the document you are showing us now, this one is normally prepared by a business analyst or it will be prepared by us. They will give you series of steps. Usually, if my client is that much confident, they will give you in this template. But yes, it's usually prepared by us. They will give you steps of action. They will write like this. First, what we'll do is someone will initiate it or manager will initiate it, someone who is going to initiate it. Then the second step is going to be, it will be reviewed by the current manager. Now they will tell us that it will go for approval to the receiving manager. So they will give you a series of steps. Now you have to identify. Second step is reviewed by the current manager only if, and they will mention like this, only if this condition they will mention if manager initiate the steps. So it's you who is going to define it in your own way. This is something tabular format that we have prepared. We will enter its security group. We have to define this. It's for our own use so that we can refer it if in case something happens. We have done this we have inserted the security group. So they will give you in these kinds of formats. Just told us proposed manager. So where it will come? I will tell you, let me proceed further. So now review current managers, the tasks that I have done. Now definitely group is going to be the manager. And because my manager is going to approve it or further review it now. Here it is mentioned as current manager. Scroll towards the. Now, who is going to be my routing modifier? That means it should go to the current manager on you. Then only my system will come to know that yes, the current manager is. Here I mentioned the group manager. Now which manager? Current manager. Under the routing modifier, we are going to define this. So task is review current manager. Now group is manager and who is going to approve it? Current manager. Similarly, add one more step. Now I will go to the third step, review receiving manager. Now your receiving manager will also review it. Now, who is going to be my receiving manager? It's going to be proposed. That means the new manager. He should also review it, whether it is correct or not, whether I am going to be it's not like that. Someone like for say, anyone can randomly assign Ankita. No, it should also come to Ankita's approval. Whether I want this say to be, whether this is correct or not. I want the say to be in my group or not. So it should also go to the reviewer for the receiving manager as well. That means this security group is going to be the manager. And then who is going to be the routing modifier? That means the new that we have proposed for the employee. So this is how we configure the change of business process. As you will go further and add these steps, these errors will get removed from the change of business process. If you click on it, missing security group review receiving, edit the result, it is something that it will go once you will go ahead and save your business process. Now again, the rest of the steps is going to be the same. Change organization assignments HR partner here. For each and every step, you see that use routing modifier proposed. Proposed, that means new HR partner. So you have to, in that case, assign the routing modifier where it is mentioned. You have to assign the routing modifier as well. Whether they want to use the profile, it will be mentioned in your requirement. If not, go ahead with that. If it is not mentioned, go ahead with the current one only. Similarly, this condition, you have to make it in your view mode. So highlight it, park it for your view mode. Don't miss it. Workday on condition. Automatically it will get reflected. No need to configure the Workday. See here. This is the condition that we have to again. Only initiate if the parent this is the Workday on conditions. So it is Workday on condition, full condition. No need to configure anything. This is also Workday on conditions. So check for it. Once you click on Workday on, condition will automatically occur in your business process or it will automatically be updated in your business process. See here, this Workday on business process or condition is there. So check for it whether it is correct or not. See this condition. Is that means? Is that we have to configure it and how you are going to configure this condition? Can anyone tell me if manager initiated the process? This step should route to the HR partner related to the transaction. Can anyone tell me how you are going to configure this highlighted condition? Go in the view mode and then I'm in the view mode. So I have to configure it for the review. Current manager step. I'm in the review current manager step. Now what I have to do? Go to the respective related access. Then in business process. And then maintain step condition in that. Again, I'm telling you the condition. If manager initiated the process, this step should route to the HR partner related to the transaction. Can you go my way? I'll tell you. Can you go to the related access? Advanced routing. Correct. Business process. It's advanced routing. Maintain advanced routing. Maintain advanced routing. You have to go via advanced routing. Now you can ask here, it is clearly mentioned. This step should route. That means it's asking me to route the approval. Correct. I mean asking me to route the security group or the approval or the review part. So I will go to the business process, maintain advanced routing. Now what is written? Click on. No need to change date and time zone. Now what it is saying me, if manager initiated the process, that means exclude the initiator. If manager initiated the first one, exclude the initiator. Now, now what it has told me, what is this saying me? Reinitiated the process. This step should route to the HR partner related to the transaction. That means related to the transition is automatically selected. I will go to this HR partner. I will enter the HR partner. So this is how approvals comes into picture. Why this is step, why they have inserted this advanced routing here is, if automatically the current manager has initiated the change job, then why should go for the review of the same person, current manager? It doesn't look. If Ankita has initiated the process again, it is going for a review to Ankita. That's what they have. That's why they have inserted this advanced routing concept. If Ankita has, I will just take it as an example. Ankita has initiated the process. It shouldn't go for the review of the Ankita. So if Ankita has initiated the process, this step should route to the to whom it should go, HR partner related to the transaction. If Ankita is initiating the change of for sign, so it should go to the HR partner of sign. That means HR partner related to the transaction. Now I hope that advanced routing is more clear to you guys. Why it comes into picture. Can we not directly give the security group HR partner instead of routing it? No, see, sometimes it happens that HR partner has initiated it. Then in that case, what you will do again, you will go to the business process and edit the business process security group for the next step. So that's why they have mentioned this. If exclude initiator is there, it is not. It is not excluding the manager, it is excluding the initiator. That means if initiator has excluded it, then only go to the HR partner. Because why we are inserting this advanced routing is again and again. It's not advisable to change the security group. There are a number of persons who are. There are around 50 to 60 HR partners in a big organization. Again and again, you are not going to change the security group. Oh, Ankita is initiating it immediately. Go ahead and change the security group. You won't be present every time. Around the clock. Okay. So H, our partner for that manager is manager's manager. HR partner related to the transaction. That means for whom you are carrying the transaction. I'm carrying it for Sai. I'm performing the change of for Sai. So it will go to the HR partner of the Sai related to the transaction. So advanced routing is a concept where the decision is not taken by that current manager, but it is out to a different manager or the particular group. Different that we have mentioned. Different security group that we have mentioned in our advanced routing. Likewise, I have entered HR partner, so it won't go to the manager. In that case, it will go to the HR partner. So Ankita, like instead of HR partner, it can go to senior manager or it depends what security group you have mentioned here. Depends. Now I have mentioned HR partners, so it will go to the HR partner. In this case, if suppose the HR initiated the change process, then how it will be that time it will skip or how, because now the manager has initiated it. And that's the reason you're maintaining a maintain advanced routing and it excludes the manager and it goes to the HR partner. It's supposed to be H. HR has been informed that you initiate the change process for this associate. Then it will go to the current manager only. See the current manager only. If HR initiated, then it will go to the current manager, and that time this advanced routing will not come into. Yes, it will consider this step only. It will, because I'm inserting this advanced routing. It will check whether the person responsible here has taken that earlier step or not, initiated that particular step or not, which has come for reviewer approval. That's what something that worked internally done it. So that's here advanced routing. If I'm configuring advanced routing here, so it will, first of all, it will check this is the group for this step. So it will check what is the review manager. So which step it has come to the manager for review. It's change job. So who has initiated the change job, whether it is manager. If it is manager, then only it will go to the HR partner. If it is not manager who has initiated the change job, then it will go to the HR partner. It means I got that concern. Means if suppose that the manager initiate, then only it will go to HR. It will check first for the security group which has who, which security group is performing that review, who has initiated the request. If the initiated is by manager, then it will go to HR partner or the advanced router. If suppose it has been initiated by HR partner or anybody else, then it will be going to the manager and will own code to the HR partner or whoever it may be. That was routing in local. So always check the security group for the step where you have inserted that advanced routing. So I have inserted that advanced routing in this step. It will quickly check the security group of the manager. What is this manager security group is going to do here? The security group is manager. It is going to review what change job. So who has initiated the change job? Is it manager or someone else? If it is manager, then it will route it to the HR partner. If it is not manager, that means if HR partner has initiated it, then it will go to the manager only. No need to route the approval. Now, Workday security groups has already told that Workday application data is accessible only through the configurable security structure that is enforced by the Workday object management system. As such, no Workday user can view data that is not granted with his or her security group. No one can authorize or no one can view any kind of data that doesn't have the security to view that particular thing. If we are not like the security group that Jacqueline is having now, doesn't have the authority to view that. Edit tenant setup task. So we can only view the data that for which we are granted the access. With Workday, you can configure which security groups and roles participate in a business process and which security groups can grant access to task and report. We are going to create the respective security groups. We are going to look deep into few of the security groups, what they meant and how we are going to create them. We are going to assign them. Security acts as a bridge between the Workday owned metadata and customer owned tenant data to access to functionality. What does this mean? Workday has given you the tenant. It has all your payroll access and everything. But what customer wants is if a person doesn't have access to view the salary of the employee or the compensation of the employee. So see Workday owned metadata and customer owned metadata. What they meant by this is see Workday has provided you the customer, the tenant, full tenant. They have provided it. This is the tenant that you have. And the client also have payroll implemented, payroll supported in that particular tenant. Now, if I am a recruitment consultant, I shouldn't have access for the payroll sensitive data that a payroll consultant has. Recruitment consultant shouldn't have access to any payroll sensitive data. They shouldn't view what is the SSN number of the particular employees, because only a payroll consultant can view that should have access to view that SN number. It's a PII information, personal information for an employee. So that's what here comes the concept of security groups. So security groups and security policies are in the customer or tenant realm with little developer involvement. Domains reside in the metadata realm and are not configurable by the customers. We have seen it. Yesterday, we have seen it clearly when we were looking into the termination and change job business process template. We cannot change the various domains or the domains that are being defined for the business process. We can only edit the security. That is, domains is something that is being released by Workday itself. We don't have any security or any access to edit the domains. It's all delivered by Workday. We can only configure their security, whether they should have a view access or they should have a edit access. Domains means we will go through the domains definition as well. You will get the clear concept of the domains. So as of now, just remember we cannot change the domains. It is delivered by Workday itself. It's non-configurable by the customers. Now, what do you mean by security group? We have been saying this word from the start. Security group, security group. What do you mean by security group? A security group represents one or more workers with similar access and modification needs. Group itself. Group word will tell us that it's one or more persons, or one or more persons that are in a single name, that we give a single name to them. That's group. So anywhere you see one or more person, you will say that it's a group of 4 to 5 persons. So it's a group of persons. So now, what security group represents is one or more workers that needs to have similar access within the system. For example, all the managers in the organization will have the similar access. They can have car allowance, or they can approve the hire, or they can initiate the hire. So all the employees that are under the manager will have the same similar access or modification access. So that's what security group represents. Just learn the terminology. Sometimes they will ask you, what do you mean by security group? You have worked on security, then what do you mean by security? Because definitely as a Workday Core HCM consultant, you are going to mention it in your resume as well. That I have worked on the creations of the security groups, or I have modified the security policies. I have modified the business process security policies. So in that they can straightforward ask you the first question. If you have worked on the security, then tell me the basic. What do you mean by security group? So security group represents one or more workers with similar access and modification needs, such as HR partner or manager or compensation partner or security admin, anyone. Security policies. What do you mean by security policies? Details the report, fees, tasks, and views that the security group can access or modify. What we are going to modify and whether we can view it or only. We can only view it or we can modify it as well. So everything we will be defining it under the security policies. There are two types of security policies: domain security policy and business process security policies. So what do you mean by business process security policies? See there, when you are creating the steps like we were yesterday on our itself, we have created change organization assignments correct. In our higher business process, we have entered change organization assignments, or in our change job, somewhere we have inserted that particular task. So in that you see that when you are clicking on the security group of that particular step, proposed compensation, I'll stick. And proposed compensation higher is the step or the task that we have added in our higher business process. So for those that proposed compensation higher, you see that we can only enter certain security groups like HR partner or HR admin or manager or something like that. There, when you click under the security group, you can see that the security group that are allowed for this task. So somewhere definitely those security group must be added. That's why you are able to view those security group in that particular task correct. Am I clear? Remember in your business process, when you have added any step or proposed, for example, proposed compensation, hiring or higher business process. So for proposed compensation, how you see that there are few security groups that are allowed for that particular step manager or HR partner, HR admin. So from where those security group has come up, when we require the business process security policy, from there it will come into picture. We will look how we are going to create those groups and how we are going to assign it to the business process security policy. Now, domain security policy, it's simple. We cannot add the domains, but yes, we can edit the security policy for the domain securities as well. Domain security policy means collection of the securable items, defines who can see task views and report fields that a group can have access to. Yesterday, we have seen it for the template. Now we will see it in the business process template. We will directly go ahead and try to edit there also. And we will also try to add in few of the functional areas. Before that, we should know what all security groups we have to create. Coming to the security groups, types of security groups. So most common configurable security groups that comes into picture are two types of security groups, that is role-based and user-based. So always remember role-based will be assigned to the positions, not to the worker. The name itself tells you the same role-based security group. That means it's going to be assigned to a position, or we can assign it to an organization. There the positions will be created. Automatically the position will be taking those role-based assignments. Access. This constraint based on the organizations the role supports, because we are going to assign it on the positions and where we are creating the positions in our organization. We have created the positions. So access this constraint based on the organization. Definitely, if I have assigned HR partner Logan Steve Morgan, let me take an example. Steve Morgan as an HR partner, then she will behave as a HR partner of that particular organization only, not for all the organization that is existing in the system. So that means constrained access she is having. So it is. These role-based security groups will be inherited from the superior supervisor organization if not assigned. I have already told you, if you are assigning business processes to your topmost supervisory organization, if you are assigning roles to your topmost supervisory organization, if you are assigning location, all the things that you are assigning at your topmost superior organization, topmost supervisory organization, it will be inherited by your subordinates. Whether it's going to be location, whether it's going to be roles, it's going to be security groups, it's going to be staffing model, anything until and unless you have manually changed anything for your subordinates. Your manual intervention will come into picture, will be taken into priority over the inheritance. Always remember, if you have manually updated anything for your subordinates, then inheritance will be broken. Then it won't be inherited to the subordinates. Now there comes user-based security group. Remember, in your activity 2, you have assigned security administrator group to your profile, assign user-based security groups. So that means if you are going to create any user-based security group, it will be assigned directly to a worker. I want to provide special access to Ankitra. Then I will create user-based security groups on the requirement that has been given to the client. I will create a security group and I will directly assign it to that particular worker. But if I am assigning the user-based security group to that worker, does this mean that need to be constrained for a particular organization? It's going to be unconstrained. That means it can have access to whatever that particular user-based security group is authorized to do so. It won't be limited to a single organization. So role-based security group are going to be a constrained one and user-based are going to be unconstrained security groups. User-based security groups won't be inherited. If I am the manager of, we can say that Praveena, Ankita is the manager of Praveena. Praveena belongs to my subordinates. It won't be inherited to my subordinates because it's a user-based security group. Role-based is inherited, but user-based is not inherited. You will have a lot of questions based on the security groups. That's why I am taking more time on discussing these two. And believe me, these two security groups are the basic soul of your security classes. It seems to be easy, but yes, they will modify questions around these security groups only. Even I have faced multiple questions regarding these two security groups. Security is applicable to all the modules. Whether it's going to be any advanced module as well, payroll or time tracking or absence everywhere, security, business process, these are common for all. Everyone will have their own security groups. Their own, but the security groups will be of these kinds only. Either role-based, user-based or organization or job-based or rule-based security groups that we are going to look into our further classes. If I am having any role-based, it won't be inherited by my subordinates. It's role-based. It's not worker-based. So it will be inherited by my subordinate organization, not by the worker. It's not directly tied to the worker. Role-based is not directly tied to me. If I am the supervisor, what my organization has, the manager the same, if the manager is there. For example, what I'm trying to say is role-based. Let's take an example. Ankita Corporation is there. Ankita Executive is there, subordinate. And Ankita Corporation, that is the superior, I am the manager of Praveena. She belongs to Ankita Executive. Now, what is going to be the role-based security group? HR partner of Ankita Corporation is, for example, HR partner of Ankita Corporation is Steve Morgan. Because HR partner is the role-based security group based on the roles that are being performed. So HR partner of Ankita Corporation is Steve Morgan. Then for the executive also, the HR partner will be Steve Morgan. But what about user-based security group? User-based security group means if I have assigned security administrator to Ankita, then that user-based security group, that means security administrator. Pravina is not going to be the security administrator. That won't be inherited by Pravina. So that is the difference between the role-based and user-based. Role-based will be assigned to the positions directly to the organization, to the positions, not to the workers. So that's why you cannot say that if I am going to assign any role to Ankita, it will be inherited by the Pravina because she is my subordinate. User-based security groups are not inherited, but role-based security groups are inherited. So role-based, just go by the word itself. Role-based means assigned to the positions or the roles of the organization. We can say that. Assigned directly to the position. So if you want, you can make note of these. Role-based is manually assigned to an organization, assigned to a position's access. Response frame based on the organizations the role supports inherited from the superior supervisor organization if not assigned. Whereas the user-based is assigned to the users based on administrative responsibility assigned directly to a worker. Access is unconstrained and non-inheritable. Always remember this. They will confuse you. The interviewers will confuse you around these 4 points only. I can say that these are the four points. Just remember this. If they ask any question regarding those security groups, for example, this is HR partner, and HR partner wants to look into the organization that is not the subordinate of the organization that he is assigned to. So whether he can look on the access of that. Your straightforward answer is no, because it is inherited. He cannot look into the it is constrained. He cannot look into the other organization's data because he is the HR partner of the organization that he is assigned to. Because it is constrained, it is based on the organization. Your answer should be like this. So they will just modify the questions around these 4 points only. For example, if I am security administrator, someone has assigned me the security administrator is the user-based security group and someone has assigned and get the security administrator group. Now I am the security administrator because it's user-based. I am the security administrator to all of the organization. It's unconstrained. I have full access. Regarding to that specific role, security administrator, what Ankit can do it, the moment I got that security administrator group is the moment I got that I can assign or remove roles from any organization within my tenant. I have unconstrained access. It's not only for a specific organization only. I can remove that if you are going to specifically create any. It's not about admin security, admin. Don't go by that word. For example, if someone is going to give me stock, there is a requirement from your client. They will come and say that I want to create a stock grant access or a stock grant role, and I want to provide access to the CEO. Who is going to be the CEO? For example, Ankit is a CEO of my company. I want to provide the stock grant access to Ankit. That means she can add or change the stock for any employee she wants if she wants. She should only have that particular access. So what they will do is they will create the stock grant security group. That is going to be user based because there is specifically mentioned go by the words. There is specifically mentioned that I want only Ankit, only a specific user to have access for that particular security. If any particular user they have mentioned, that means definitely it's going to be a user-based security groups. I have mentioned, see, there can only be a single HR partner. Once you are going to assign the role for a supervisor, they can only be single HR partner for that particular organization. So for that particular, I am assigning that particular HR partner now for that particular role based in that supervisory organization. The moment that you are talking in termination, that comes under the business process security policy. If I am going to select the all, if I am going to select all that our partners of that tenant will get that notifications. If I don't select all, then that particular organization HR partner will get that termination notification. So don't confuse by that role based with the business process security policy. That is different. We are going to deal with that as well. So don't mix role based on the business process security policy. As of now, just remember role based means we are going to manually assign it to the only. It will be assigned to the positions, not to the worker. User based will be assigned to the worker. Role based is constrained inheritable. User based is unconstrained and non inheritable. Where we are going to use it, we will look into upcoming class. So just on a layman language, I can tell you constrained means I can control the inheritance, and unconstrained means I cannot control the inheritance. Just remember this. Constrained means I can control the inheritance, but in unconstrained, I cannot control the inheritance. It will be defined. One constraint will have access to the full tenant. Now security groups. So here we have already discussed a lot about constrained and unconstrained. I have already told you a definition. And just remember that particular stuff. Const, if anyone asked you in your interview, just straightforward, instead of going here and there, the straightforward, tell them. Constrained means I can control the inheritance, and unconstrained means I cannot control the inheritance. Just note it down somewhere. Straightforward answer. Definitely you can have it. You can if they are going into the security part. Then definitely they can ask you this question. What is the difference between the constrained and unconstrained? Can you please give me an example of this thing? So your straightforward answer should be constrained means I can control the inheritance, but unconstrained I cannot control the inheritance. Plus, the example of the constraint is role-based security groups. The moment you say the role-based security group, unconstrained security group is user-based security group. Then let them ask the question. See the things that you seek in the interview. They will frame questions from your answers itself. The next question you can expect it from the answer that you have given just now. So, say the answer in such a way that you are confident that you can answer the next question that they are going to throw on you. For example, I know that what is, then again they were. You are talking about role based and user based, then what is the difference between the role based and the user based security group? So they will again, you know that we have discussed all the 4 points of role-based and user-based security groups. So that's how they frame the question. So be cautious before saying anything in front of the interview because definitely they're going to. Their next question will be from your answer that you have to given. So constraint, when creating a security group, you can choose to whether it is constrained or unconstrained. Types of context: unconstrained. All users in the security group have access to all data instances secured by the security groups. This is similar to having access to all roles in a system based on traditional relational database architecture. We have already discussed it. Don't go by this much difficult definition. Just remember it: inheritance and inheritance concept of the same. Now security by functional areas. Now let's look at the security groups. So I will leave you. I will just tell you what one security group. I will take it as an example and post that you can yourself view any of the security group that you can. Now H, our partner, is the security group name. See here, it's the someone has performed some action and it is going into error. Now, so this is role based security group automatically. It's constrained HR partner. We are looking at the HR partner. So now this is the role domain security policy permissions. That means HR partner can view the worker data or anniversaries. HR partner can view and modify the pre-hire skills and experience. Similarly, you can go by here. They can modify the name and contact information. These are all the things or domain security that an HR can do. These are the security items. He can view the compensation setup. He cannot set up the compensation. But he can view the compensation. That means he cannot set up the compensation elements. He cannot set up the rules. Implementers will have the access to even modify the compensation elements rules. Generals usually, because I know that we know that implementers, even you also should know that if we implement us and have the configurable access. So here comes the concept domain security policy permissions, whether you can view or modify or not. Functional areas core compensation. Now see here, when we are going access to the organization, when we are creating the HR partner, the moment HR partner has been created, see it. We have selected that which all organization that particular security group have access to. So it applies to current organization and all subordinates. That means if I am assigning HR partner role to anyone in my supervisory organization, then it will be applicable to the current as well as to its subordinates. If I have created a security group, for example, HR partner have created that applies to current organization only. If I selected this option, then the HR partner will have the access to only that particular current organization to which I have assigned this HR partner. So all these things you have their own meanings, means that if I select this, it will have this particular security group will have access to this. Role has access to the positions they support. Role for the primary job has access to all the position. Role has access to all the positions. So if any multiple job workers, we are not going to deal with the multiple job workers in our core compensation class, but by default we are going to select this role has access to the positions they support. That means if I have assigned HR partner to a position, that means to all those positions. If I am going to assign the workers, all those workers will have that HR partner access. Once you will assign it in the supervisory organization, you will come to know. For example, if an organization is supporting multiple jobs, that means a person is working in 50% here and 50% he is working in some other project. So that means they are supporting the multiple positions. Now, the rest of the 50% of that position will be filled by some other person. So that is known as concurrent employment, or you are going to support the multiple job for that particular worker. So if I am going to assign an HR partner to a person and the person is working in the second position as well, that means then if I am going to select this particular job, then that means first 50% HR partner is also going to satisfy that particular role is going to suffice. And then in the next organization in which that particular worker is working, he is also going to be the HR partner. He is also going to process that role in the next organization as well. So that is what I told. Don't go by the multiple job workers or the concurrent employment. We say it as concurrent employment. That means a worker is working at two positions simultaneously, not on a single position. So just go by here. Just view, try to open different security groups and go by their domain security policies, go by their business process security policy permissions. We are going to look now, we will go and look into that now. Coming to the security administrator, I told you that security administrator is a user-based security group. The moment I open it, you will see that it's a user-based security group. And it will have different screen. Once you will create the security groups, I will give you the assignments. Once you create the security groups, then you will have the clear picture what I am creating and what type of access that particular security group is being granted to. As we proceed, for that would be more clear to you. Starting, I know that security is a little bit confusing topic. But yes, as you proceed further, you will have that clarity about it. Now user-based security group. This is something that is delivered by work. It says security administrator. So now what does we know that? What does security administrator do? Manage all security related information regardless of the organization. That means unconstrained. User-based security group. Now see, since it is a user-based security groups, all these members, you will see here members tab. See around 12 members. More than 212 members are having access to this secure other security administrator. That means they have to assign the roles to any organization within this tenant that I am now. I have opened in my system. If I'm also security administrator. That means I can go and assign the roles to anyone in this organization, in this tenant, not only in Ankit of Corporation. I can assign it to any of the organization. Even I can go to the Preveena's organization and I can assign the rules. Why? Because I'm the security administrator in this tenant. I have that particular user usually in the client systems. Very restricted employees will have the security administrator group because not everyone can assign the rules. It's going to be security breach. Then anyone can do anything in the system. So that's why in user-based security, in client security is a very important part. If they have told that only this particular user needs to have this access or this particular organization. AR partner is Ankit. That means it should only be Ankit. So security is the very important part, and if for security, even we used to have a different timeline to do the testing. There is an end-to-end testing for the security as well. Now see, usually security administrator have all these access. He manage organization role, integration, security roles also. He or she can modify it. Security administration, security configuration. Also, they can do it. They can also add the Workday accounts. They can also create and add the Workday accounts. So all these access that security administrator have. Now how I'm going to create a security group. For example, I want to create a user-based security group that is known as Total Reward Administrator. That's the name of the security group that I have to create what it is. It is going to be user-based security group. And we need to assign this to Steve Morgan. I want to Steve Morgan to be Total Reward Administrator. Now what I will do is create security group. I will go to the start. This is the task where you can create the security group. Now, what is the type of security I have to create? My client has told me that I want to create a total administrative reward administrator and I want to assign it to Steve Morgan. Now, what I want to do is user-based security group. What is the security group? I am going to create sensitive training tenant. Always make it as a habit if I want to search it in future. I will add my name as a prefix to it because anyone can create this particular security group with the same name. But I will search it with my prefix and I will find it immediately. So this is what I'm going to create. Click on. I'm going to create the user-based security group. Now, what is the coming to want to give? You can give it now administered by the security group, which all security group can administer. So I want this to be administered by means. Who can manage this security group, particular security group? So I want security administrator to manage the person who are having the security administrator group can manage my group, can manage my group, can administer my group. So that is meant by this particular tab administered by the security group. If I'm going to enter it as employee as self, for example, if I can find that particular thing employee, no, it is not there. So it is going to be mentored by administrator, by the security. If I want HR partner, any HR partner to even HR partner is also not there. If I want any group that needs to be that can manage my this user based security group, then I can enter it here. So that is meant by administrator. By usually we enter the security administrator because also in a tenant or in an organization, a security administrator is the group that usually administered or manage all the security groups. So I will click on. Now, to which person I want to assign the security group. To which person I want to assign the security group. I want to assign it to Steve Morgan. Now I will go to the task Assign User-Based Security Group. I don't have access to that task. So here, when we go there and we have to select the person I do, since I don't have access to that particular task, I cannot assign it. In this training tenant, I don't have access. So just click on that task and assign Steve Morgan to that particular role. Now see, I have created the total reward. security group. Now, did I assign that security group to any of the security item that this security group should have access to? Did I assign it? What does that security group will have access? I will assign it to the Steve Morgan. Fine, Steve Morgan will have that total reward administrator group data. Assign it to any of the item or any of the domains that particular security group should have access to. Let me say that, let me just put it in a word, initiate. That particular person should initiate the hire or that should have access to some particular report. So where I will assign that particular thing is view security. Just note down this task, we view security for security. So now what's a curable item? I don't have access to this as well. I need to work with the training team and I will just look whether how can I get these access. For example, I want to have access to the total reward. It's not given you earlier an example like I want CO2 to have to be this stock grant administrator. That means she or he can that CE or can edit or add, remove or add the stocks from the persons, any of the person in the organization. So that I have to provide that security group access viewer modified. Remember, we are modified to that particular thing, to that particular security group. So let me go to that particular task. I will tell you as well. I will go to the termination business process template, click on. I have access to it. If I have access, then it would be more clear to you guys. See now, for example, just now I have told you a concept. What I will do is my security group, total reward administrator security group that I have created should have access to the termination details domain or that securable item. Total and rewards them. A person who is having that total reward administrator group should have view and modify access to the termination details domain. So what I will do is I will go to the related actions. I will open that particular domain. I will go to the edit security policy permission and what they have told me is that particular security group's total reward administrator security groups that should have the money. So I'm going to enter it here because this is the particular task that has modified access. I will enter that particular thing here, the group that I have created on Kita. Now on Kita underscore total reward administrator, the group that I have created. I have added it and I have given the modify and view access. If it has modified access, definitely I have added this group. Under which action? I have added it under the termination details. Now, the person, that means the person whosoever is going to have the user, whosoever is going to have this on Kita Total Reward Administrator user group will have access to the termination details. Modify access to the termination details. That means now Steve Morgan can carry out the termination action and he can enter the termination details. So now that's what the agenda is for, creating the any security group. See if you are creating any security group, it should have an proper thing. It should have a proper access. Then only we are going to send. what is Steve Morgan is going to do if he has the total administrator group. So what? My user has told that any person who is possessing that total administrator group security group should have access to modify the termination details, or they can also say that it should have access to modify or to enter the termination reasons. So you can add it based on the requirement to any of the domains that your client has told that particular security group. What access that security group will have. Now where we are going to assign it, who is going to have the access? It's Steve Morgan because we have assigned that particular security group to the Steve Morgan. I can also assign it to Jacqueline. So, Jacqueline, if I am going to assign, I'm going to click Assign User-Based Security Group. And I will assign it to Jacqueline. So now Jacqueline will also have the access for the modification of the termination details. So that's how we create the security group and then what that security group will be doing. We are going to define it by modifying that domain securities. Open that particular domain that your client has told that this particular security group should have access to. So that's you are going to do it via modifying the domain security policies. Open that particular domain, go to that but edit option and then click on the edit security policy permissions for that. If you are going to termination details, you are going to edit the security policy for the termination details. So here comes the question, what that security group is going to do. This is that security group is going to do. Now, who is going to do that? We have assigned it to a particular user, that is Steve Morgan. We have assigned it to a particular user, Jacqueline. So all these users will be doing it. So what and who? Now who can edit it? Who can edit that particular domain, then that we are going to assign it under the domain policy. Who is going to initiate that particular business process? Who is going to change the compensation? Who is going to? If it is a business process, then where you are going to define it. If it is following a business process, then where you are going to change that particular thing. You are going to change that particular thing under the business process security policies that we will look into in our upcoming classes. If anything, any security, any action that needs to be taken care on the business processes. You know that is business process. Then you have to edit the business process security policies. If anything that is related to any security item. For example, any personal information change that, who can do it? Only our partner or this particular group can do it. We are going to assign to that particular security item here under the domain security policies. So if it is anything related to business process, any security that you want to alter related to business process, you are going to do it under business process security policy. If it is related to domains or any particular item, then you are going to do it under domain security policy. So don't worry, till now we have looked into user-based security group. As we proceed further, as we do more and more activities and creations, the concept of the security group will be more clear to you by the end of the day. Once you are done with the security, you will be more clear once you assign the business process security or anything. Please do like, share, and subscribe to our channel. For more information, contact us sales@therightuptalk.com.